Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My name is OctoMan, and today I'm starting a new game jam in November 2021 with the theme every year again. So, this is a German contest where basically it's not a contest, it's more like, well, people are connecting each other and seeing how they can perform. Today I'm with a new partner, literally a girl from Germany as well. So we are trying to fit together like whatever she can and whatever I can. And of course, we try to get some challenges involved into that. So I'm gonna introduce them for you pretty quickly. So the first challenge is going to be use only red, or actually only colors like red, green, black, white, and gold. Up to 2 shades of each color are allowed. So this is what I probably are not able, or we are not able to fit in, because we want to be a bit more colorful, I would say. So in the total run, or in the total manner of that scenario we have planned before, we probably cannot fit challenge 1, which is not too bad, since we try to incorporate a bunch of other ones here as well. Second challenge, incorporate a hidden room or a hidden level. So we have some ideas about this, but we are going to put this in the very end. So whenever our game in its basic idea is going to work already, then we're going to think about, okay, where and how can we incorporate the hidden room or hidden level in this particular case. So depending on what we are going to do, I'm going to introduce what we have planned so far and how to get there to this particular point. Next challenge would be the day, has a day and night mode. Also in here we're gonna have some ideas already, like when something has been reached, like a specific let's say scenario or a specific challenge has been reached or something like that, which is internally inside the game. Then of course we want to try to implement a day and night mode. For example, the day and night cycle can be in night you probably have more clients or more something, or something is faster or quicker, or you have not much time in the night because it's quicker over than the daytime, or something like that. Next one. Design your game to be played with a bowl of cookies. So the game tells the player when they can take the next cookie. So, and this is what we try to implement over here. Like we are literally, I'm going to take a look into this in a moment. We are going to take a cookie bowl literally, and the clients, well, our game is about making cookies. It's going to be the ball is going to be where the cookies have to be inside, and with a ding or with some sound or maybe some click on some button, we're gonna tell the player, well, actually not the player directly, it's more like a non-playable character, which is going to be the client of our cookie selling something game, is going to tell, hey, take your cookie, you are done, or we are done with that, give us your tip, your whatever money, so we can make ourselves better. For example, a faster movement and something like that. And then we have challenge 5, which is going to be additionally, we can choose a theme from the previous game jams we have done beforehand, like the beast, the lost and found, as well as the fairy tale. So probably you have seen the live streams from me about these, where we came out, or what we created over there. You can check all of them in the channel here as well. And observe it together with every year again. So we're gonna plan to put the challenge 5 in here as well. So our clients are probably from a fairy tale, like for example Red Hat could come over and buy some cookies, or we're gonna take the wolf with something, he's going to buy cookies from us itself. If you want to help this channel out, feel free to thumb the video up if you like, or actually the live stream. It's going to end in Sunday, I believe 3 a.m. in German time, so it should be CST. So we have like 48 hours to create such a game, or any type of game. And if you want to, feel free to, well, support the channel on whichever way you like, and please don't forget to comment down below, give me some feedback if you want to. The chat is open, so feel free to use this as well, and maybe you're gonna take part of this challenge as well for you, like by using just these ideas over there, and try to, well, it's not a competition, it's more like, well, we want to showcase how good we are at the point already, and what can you, as a Unity developer, for example, what can you create in such a short amount of time? Can you create a full level of something, whatever are your ideas going to become when you listen or when you read such topic over there? Maybe you want to be with me and try to challenge yourself. Probably you find somebody else to challenge with. Like I have a designer on my left side, literally, which is this girl. She's going to do literally all the 2D design. We are going to work in 2D because she's not using too much 3D in this case. So, and also we are way quicker because we don't need to rig anything. Well, not much at least. Okay, so what have we planned? It didn't take too long. We had different possibilities or scenarios in mind. For example, we are riding a cookie bowl and we have to collect something goldish and something else, and we're gonna do like the color scheme one. It's like it's something like an endless runner, just going downwards a hill and collect coins or cookies or whatever with the cookie bowl, and at the end you're gonna get score or points or whatever. But then we couldn't put in much of the challenges because, well, we had the day-night cycle thing as a special scenario in mind, but incorporating a hidden room level probably would be easy as well, but other ones wouldn't be, except we want to put them in. Or we also had another one in mind, which was like, well, how could we do something? We are the bowl and we have to catch cookies which are flying top to bottom. And even then we had some issues with the challenges. The other one would be some kind of a Tetris style scenario. But even then we didn't have much, let's say much ideas how to incorporate all the challenges into that, except putting like Candy Crush or something where everything is like filled up with different cookie stars and so on and so forth. Anyway, even then we would have the issue that we couldn't implement, for example, challenge 4. So what we now came out with is this one. I just gave it a working title. The working title for us is, or for me at least, not for her, not literally, not directly, is Cookie Deluxe, which is basically we are this little character. We are somebody sitting behind the table. And meanwhile, sitting behind the table, we're gonna have some customers which are going into our, let's say, cookie shop or bakery or whatever it is. And they are going to give us some recipe. For example, I want a cookie with these 3 ingredients, and we as a player, we need to go to the points, like for example to point 1 to put the base of the cookie. Then the next one is probably going to give us some something, whatever it is. It's put this and that and this and that onto my cookie, and once you're good to go, and when you are fast enough, so we're gonna implement quite some time scenarios in here. You only have a specific time to deliver the cookie to the customer. The faster you are in the very end, the better, because, well, you're gonna get more tip or more coins or whatever. So we can, for example, think about increasing the speed of the character itself so we can move faster left and right, for example, or put in anything else. Maybe unlock some other characters which are going to help you out with putting stuff onto the cookie. Or we're gonna implement the day-night system or a special level when we have like a 5-star scenario, like 5 golden cookies, for example, have been collected, so we can put in a special scenario or a day-night cycle, something like that. So this is the base idea we are going to go after. So she is now working on the design, so she's designing all the characters, the table, the background, anything else we need. I'm gonna go and prototype some stuff first, so we have some implementation first, so we can literally do some basic movement. We're gonna be able to click things which we need. So we need to later on see what is in where. So I hope and I think she is going to make it so visible that we know, okay, in this one here is something, I don't know, out of chocolate or something like that. So we have like 3 things here probably. We have 2 or 5 things here under the table. And we have the ring bell. Whenever we hit that we can tell the client, hey, your stuff is done. Let's see how that performs. And so programmatically, what I need is something moving left and right. So we have clickable areas in a 2D space. We need something to come in and give us an idea of what we want to perform. Like, for example, hey, I'm client X, I need this recipe as being my cookie to be performed. So in the very end, we have something to return back and read the data, of course. We need some data structure behind this, like a library of cookies. Probably I'm going to use some scriptable objects for that because it's too easy to handle. And we can just pick any random, let's say, recipe from a list of scriptable objects, for example. So we can take that and say, hey, I want this, or can randomize that later on. Like if I have 5 different, or 10 different possibilities for cookies, we're gonna be simply going through that. And I can also say randomize, okay, we're gonna need this and that amount of characters. For example, she's currently starting to create 2 of them. Probably she's able to do more, but that is pretty design heavy, so code wise probably not as much as from the design perspective. So this is what we are going to do. She's doing the design, I'm doing the coding, and in the end we're going to see how we can, work together and bring all the work together. So at the very end, I probably have some time to do some beauty in the very end, meaning probably some nice transitions and probably some animation, some sparkle lights in the background, or maybe some snow falling, or whatever, or something lights hanging on the roof or somewhere else. I don't know. So, and the very, very, very last thing is where we go and integrate something like music or sound effects and, start menu and all the other good stuff. So, whenever you like this one, well, feel free to join me on my little journey over here, or us literally. She is going to do a lot of graphics once again, so I'm pretty much just doing the prototyping stage and then later on fiddle around the PNG files, integrate everything she's sending to me so we can use them. I now need some prototyping areas, which means I need clickable areas, a table, some basic shapes for characters so I can move around, do things, do all the other coding stuff in the background. Like, for example, the timers need to be done and all the other good stuff. And also the day-night shift if necessary, depending on how we're gonna handle that. And the rest is going to come up to us. By the way, if you have any questions, feel free to ask any time in the chat. I try to take a look into this. Sometimes I might be too busy. And probably there are much times where I don't say anything because I need to concentrate, of course. And yeah, just let me know what you think about it. Just once again, if you like what you see, sum this live stream up. It's gonna be like 3 live streams in total, I believe. So today, tomorrow, and Sunday as well. So we have in the end hopefully a pretty good solution and a pretty good result in the end, depending on how she's going to integrate graphics and stuff like that. Hi, thanks a lot for tuning in, Surya. I hope you enjoyed this one. If you have questions, once again, feel free to ask them at any time. And I am just starting now with some prototyping shapes. Since we are working in a 2D space, I literally just use something like that. Some symbols, some clickable areas, like squares or whatever, and a ring bell, kind of. This is what I'm going to start with. So this is just a circle. This is something where our cookie is going to be on, like a bowl or something. Then something which we can put in here, like for different things. And some other things. They don't have to be beautiful. They just have to work. So keep that in mind. Also, there's going to be like a 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4, which I just implement with some, text fields and stuff like that. Using any font for the moment doesn't matter at all. As well as the GUI or the user interface is not as necessary. Because this is the last thing you want to go and concentrate on. Also, when you start off, make sure you find any kind, it doesn't have to be a good one, any kind of a working title. So you are pretty quick into taking some information, even not small or not big ones, just some information about what you are going to create here, so you can always think about it. The working title, does not mean that this is going to be like the final title. It's just something where you can always take a look into, okay, this was my idea, and probably you're gonna match up all of these ideas together. So, how do you start? Feel free to put it in the chat. I'm gonna start with the basic shapes now. So what I need is, well, some, let's say, circles. Gonna need to do some outlining here. I'm using Inkscape over here, which is free to use for everybody in the world. So you can use that as well. We are just creating, or I just create some circle for the head. It doesn't really matter. And some kind of a body shape. Maybe a head and or a square. Could be something like this. We can round it up. So you can make it big and small. Maybe you can align them in the center. Well, not the last one, but this one. So I got some shapes. Gonna make this below the head. This one needs a fill area, 100% opacity. Funny that this one is, this fill over here has a, or should have, a full opacity, but it doesn't because the alpha is down. Gonna put that up. Pretty good. Hi E-Roll, thanks a lot for tuning in. So, gonna make just this as a base. Nothing fancy, nothing more needed than this one. And now I need some squares. And maybe a bell or something like that. Just another extra circle. I can squeeze the graphics later on also in Unity, so it doesn't have to be like directly over here. Maybe I'm gonna later on introduce some talking bubbles. Maybe like squarish. With some spiky thing over there. Not too fancy. Can be done easily in Unity. So I'm probably gonna go and prototype one of that as well. So basically it's just a talking bubble like this. And then the only thing we need to do is we need to later on 9 slice this talking bubble. And if we're gonna have like a speech something like this, we can combine them. Where is it? Union. So we got the talking bubble done already. So nothing fancy, nothing much is needed. We could, if we want to, even reduce the size of that. Like so. So we don't waste too much, let's say, graphical space, because the rest once again goes over using the 9 slicer. It's just important that this radius over here stops before this pike or spiky thingy is going to happen over there. So this is basically what we need. All the other squares, since Unity does not directly provide squares or anything except using some polygon shapes, I'm probably gonna use or create some extra shapes here as well. Maybe with a light with a slight rounded up border. It can be a square, doesn't matter. Probably it's better to make it a square. So let's see if I can do this. Actually, just take it here. I'm gonna just delete all of that. And gonna make it here like a 53 as well. So we're gonna have a square shape. Once again, it does not have to be a square. Just make sure that the outlines are purely and nicely visible. And if you're gonna create a texture atlas or something like that, make sure that when you create that none of them shapes are a square or let's say rectangleized over the other pieces. For example, if we're gonna put them next to each other, so you can create all the slices directly in a square and none of them are overlapping each other. So just keep that in mind. So this is basically everything what I need at the moment. I believe I need something roundish here, like a circle, which I can also implement rather simple over here. I just paint one. And again, size does not really matter. This is what I need as well. So now I have a base for the character. I can put something like a basic shape for ingredients here as well. For example, taking some kind of maybe I don't know, a rounded rectangle with something on top of it, like a salt box or something. Not needed, but since I am here already, why not implement this? So how to do this? Well, just make it a bit slimmer here. And put this down below. Maybe put some round something on top of it. So, I don't know. Since I have the girl, which is going to lend me her help, or actually we are working together on this, she's going to make this one things hopefully later on way more beautiful than I now do. Why is that important? Well, you want to go and show off. You want to show the best things you can perform if possible. So even if the time is small, you still want to, if you have some graphics guy or girl next to you or in your team, try to use their strengths. This is rather important over here. So, and utilize what she's going, or she or he actually is going to give you in the end. So these ones are pretty big, literally. So maybe I'm gonna go and change that. And same for the other ingredients, which might be over here. So she is going to deliver something like the cookie base or something, which we have to click on. We need to go and bring that here. The cookie base needs to be put there. Then we need to go and collect all the ingredients, whichever the client is going to request. And then we're going to put this, well, on top of the cookie. Once again, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I try to answer them as best as I can. Important here is this spike here, or the spike, might cut over this area here when I have like a cut line over there. So not quite sure if that is working this way, so I'm gonna try that out. Also keep in mind that when you go to the document properties, that you show the checkerboard in the background, so you see that all the areas over here are filled. Filled in a case of that there is some color at least inside. Once you're done with that, you can just select them all and go to export PNG file, and then you go into the project and export it. So I'm gonna go do this on my other screen side, nothing fancy. Just go to your created project and export just the simple shapes. I don't have a desk yet, but that's okay. I'm gonna use just the square for the desk, and so I hope she is going to deliver a nice looking desk later on. I believe she is going to do that in whichever manner. So I have to go and trust her on her graphic skills actually. I'm gonna make a textures folder and put in the actual atlas, so the prototype atlas. You can name this also the way you want, prototype atlas. And later on she's going to deliver like all the PNG files necessary for me actually. Now I need to decide what is going to be the size of the overall graphics over here. I believe 705 should be okay-ish. If you are not sure, just use a bit, let's say, huger numbers over there. But I believe for that scenario, we are pretty fine. And then I hit export, and the graphics should be done. And it should land automatically over here, though there is the textures folder. And there's my prototype exported stuff. And I'm gonna reconstruct a bit over here, or actually use my own layout. So usually my game layout is next here. Console is going to be in between. You can also use like your own layout, of course, and store that wherever and however you like in place. And now we need to slice all the graphics, or I need to do that. So I get just a simple setup and an idea of how the stuff is going to work over there. So I need the sprite editor. And probably the sprite editor is not fully implemented, since I cannot slice that stuff over here. This is going to be happening when we are using single instead of multiple. I'm gonna go and activate that, apply the changes, and I should be able to slice that automatically. So I get the speaking bubble, I get my base over there, a circle, my square, and my whatever ingredient something. I apply the changes and close that. So I have multiple little graphics, which I can now tint and reuse and stuff like that on my own, however I please and like. If you use multiple shading scenarios over there, you can tint them easy as well. So the camera is wherever you decide to want to have that. So mine is just going to stay at 0, 0, 0, or in this case it's a -10 one. Doesn't really matter. Now we have the possibility to use three possibilities literally to interact with objects. For example, the first one is we can use them directly as sprites, so selectable sprites, so we can put them anywhere, but we probably have a rather static scene. Meanwhile, we have this rather static scene, we can also make use of the canvas system. So we can simply use them, selectables being like buttons, for example, or toggles. So we can toggle on and off something, or we can use a button just to say, hey, take this, bring this there, and so on and so forth. I just need to think about later on how I can introduce or implement all the clickabilities and see, let's say, the order, if that is a necessary step over here. So what I can do is I can now create a new UI canvas, like so. I can name that if you want, or if I want to, or not. Make sure the event system is going to be created as well, so you have like full running inputs later on. When we just introduce, let's say, well, the character is not important at this point, as well as the prototype for the actual bubble is not important, but the selectables, like this one, and maybe this one. So the canvas needs that event system to understand that there is a button to be clickable. What we now can do is we can now implement an image, and this image can be in any size you want and please and like. I just keep it a named image for the moment because I need to place that and see or make sure that everything fits in my canvas. How to do that? Well, first off, I want to make sure that I'm using scale with screen size so you can see it resizes automatically. And then I take a reference resolution of 1920 by 1080. You can, by the way, take any of the reference resolution over there, but that is going to fit probably later on better the graphics I get from my helper on the other side over there. So once we are done with that, we can just implement all the rest, like for example clickabilities, and this can be now my desk, for example. Before I can make this one my desk, I want to make sure that this image I'm going to use is using this particular sprite, and I want to make sure that this one is a 9-sliced image. To do that, I can go and I should be able to double click. Nope, I can't. So I'm gonna go here into the main sprite atlas, go to sprite editor, and then here we got this little green things. These are going to be necessary for 9-sliced images. We're gonna make it like so, so it is resizing automatically based on these areas over here, but is ignoring the corners. Same for the speaking bubble. We don't wanna, oops, that was the wrong one. We need the green one over here, so just be careful. So the inner part of this green area is going to be stretchable. I want to make sure that I don't take the radiuses and stretch them too much. So I need to be a bit more precise on that side. So these one are unstretched or stretchable. This one has to be stretchable, so I need to go and take this one to here. And this one is to go here. As you can tell, like all the pieces now, the corners will stay as they are. This one is going to be stretched left to right, this one up to down, this one left to right, this one up to down, and the center point is like uniformly stretching. We can even say we don't want to have anything inside the center. Possible, however you like and please. If you want to do this with circles, you can do the same. If you want to do this with any other of these pieces, you can do as well. So this circle is going to be later on just my click bell or something like that, so I can reuse these shapes for anything I want to. Once again, these are just prototyping things, so whenever the designer is done with the work, we can just, switch graphics and we are good to go. We just need to 9-slice them once again to prepare the size and all the graphics for them. Don't forget to apply the changes and close the sprite editor. Now you can see, if I stretch this one over here, now the corners are still stretching, so they are like, as you can see, rather wrong. To change that, we're gonna go here to sliced. So now we have a sliced image, and when we now do the same thing, like we resize that over here, you can see that the corners are not going to change. No matter how high or how big I'm gonna drag them, except I go into the area where it is not stretchable anymore. Pretty good. Now I can make a basic design. So, or let's say not a design, but a basic setup. For example, this could be the desk where all the ingredients are going to be below. I can center this one out if I want to. You can take the pivot point wherever you want to. And let's assume this is going to be our desk. The next thing is we need our main character, which is going to be like somewhere here. I can also rename this image. Hit F2 for Windows, so you can say this is your desk. So you can rename things easy. Also later on we need to make sure that, well, the render order is going to be correct. Like each of them images has a different render order. This is in a canvas based on the hierarchy, but if you go use sprites, like direct sprites, you need to make sure that you use the layer system or layer order. So next one is I need another image, UI image. So the desk is not clickable. So and the character is probably not clickable, not at the moment. Maybe we need that later on, I don't know, or we never know. Gonna make the character whatever size it is and give it a sprite. What we now can do is we can say, hey, we want to make sure that this sprite here is, well, not a raycast target, so we don't want to make clickable on this one sprite. And we want to make sure that we preserve the aspect ratio, so it's not like stretching in weird manners whenever we move that. So as you can tell, we are now going to keep that as is. We can later on resize that if necessary, and you can see hierarchically, this is below the desk. I have a typo there. So meanwhile we got that. The image here, literally our player, which we don't really directly manipulate or steer or whatsoever. This is going to be like in the hierarchy below the desk. If it would be over the desk, it would be literally under it. So keep that in mind. Now we want to put some clickable areas like under the desk, where, for example, there's going to be, I don't know, some ingredients to be clickable. Like we need the cookie base, we need this, we need that, so we have some areas to click on. For this we can use a button. If you don't like to work with buttons, well, you can still use an image before, well, because these ones are just nothing else than images as well. And we can now give it our own prototype stuff. We make sure it's sliced as it is. We can say fill center or not. Also here, that depends on you and your design. We don't need the text field on this, except we are going to use that later on. And this button could be anything. Anything means, well, these are the ingredients we want to make clickable. For example, we need this. Well, then we have multiple other ones. I just duplicate them. Control D for quick duplicate. And put them next to under the desk. We can put them next to each other. We can make them smaller, bigger, over, under each other, and so on and so forth. We can use horizontal layout groups. So we can basically put some placeholders around the desk or around the items over here. So we can later on just simply use the placeholder and just put the stuff somewhere, wherever we please and like. Now we need to fill out the other pieces over here, which are probably things where we gonna go and put some other ingredients on top, like by using this, well, whatever it is, ingredients holder, I would say. We're gonna put them like on the left on the side on the desk. And also later on we need a bowl or anything where our cookie and all our ingredients are going to land on. So first things first, these buttons are going to be our ingredient buttons. Probably we are not able to ingredient. Maybe we can rename them all. Yeah, we can. Later on we can give them some more specific names. I create another image, UI image. I'm gonna make this here on top of the desk, and this is going to be this item over here. It's a bit too huge and stretched as well, so we go with preserve aspect ratio. We want this to be a raycast target, and we can use this. We don't really need to implement a button. Usually it's more than enough if we have like a on-click event literally on that. But we can also use the button over here. So to do that, we can just say add component and say it is a type button. And then we have the button scenario with all the clickabilities and so on and so forth. I can now duplicate these ones here as well. I can later on rename them and put them wherever we want to on the desk. We want to make it maybe rather next to each other. We can also make them part, like a child object of the desk. So whenever we move the desk or stretch the desk later on, we have the possibility to take them, all the stuff, with us. So later on, there might be some chocolate chips in here, and maybe some, I don't know, colorful somethings, and maybe something else like salt or caramel or whatever it is. And same here. We're gonna maybe implement something like a flour and salt and something like that, or the cookie base in general, depending on how fast we are in promoting all of that, or actually, continue and create stuff. Then we need a bowl and a bell, probably. So I take another image and give it this circle shape over here. And the cool thing about the circle shape, we can also squeeze that together, so it can look more like something flat on the table. Again, for prototyping, that is not really necessary. And again, give it a name, bowl. And I can duplicate even the bowl and make it part of the other bowl. And now we have a cookie bowl, just by scaling down one of them circles. And let them be here in the center of our current bowl, as well as being part of the actual big bowl over there. If you want to give it a bit more depth, you can easily do that by just, tinting it a bit. Not necessarily needed over here. But again, design is not a case in a prototyping stage. Same for the other ones. You can always tint the area over here to be, I don't know, any brownish something. And same for the buttons. You can make them at any color you like. Like, for example, we're gonna tint them brownish as well. Could be a drawer, could be anything. Maybe a drawer with some symbol on it. Maybe we later on have like 5 drawers above each other. I don't know. So depending on how much ingredients we need in the long run. And maybe there are also unlockables and stuff like that. Okay, and the final thing is we need a road. Well, not really a road, but something where our clients, we want to get some clients to move somewhere through a door. Like if there would be a door over here, we can instantiate them, or just use, for example, object pooling. We pool our customers, and we can go and bring them somewhere to here. Then we're gonna do the order. Then maybe we need to complete the order. And then when the order is done, again, we need the bell in a moment. And then they are going back like on the other side or go somewhere else. Or maybe there's later on some desk on which they can sit themselves. I don't know. But probably they are just leaving and then we are good to go. We can repool them, cancel the order, or just make the order complete and so on. We can also later on implement something like multiple orders, I guess. So like we just have one bowl, so we need to take a look into how can we implement this as well. So what I need is probably some empty game object, which is going to be our spawn point for our character, for example. I believe we're going to change the pivot point later on to be here on the bottom, so it's easier to send to specific waypoints. Our character, like when we click here, we gotta have a waypoint like literally below the button. So the when the character or the player over here is going to move to the left, that he's going to go and do this not directly on the button's position, but on its own axis based on the button axis, for example. So probably we need that, probably we don't. And in case of in case of cleanup, I would say I'm gonna make all of the parts here for part of the desk, at least for the moment. Probably later on I need to unhook them. So the player is now able to move in front of the things. And when he puts something inside the bowl, he needs to go to one other position, like its basic position, I would say, which we store just in a vector, and then we should be good to go. So what we need is now again a position. For that we can use an empty game object, or also another image for the door. So maybe the door is going to be our spawn point over here. I'm gonna give it my sliced image. We can resize that. And of course we can set the pivot point to anywhere. And again, this is just for prototyping stage, so we don't know where we are going to land into. So here's the pivot point. So I'm gonna take this pivot point of the player here at the bottom as well. I need to reorganize them later on as well. And maybe we're gonna put something so it doesn't look too shabby over there. Maybe we need another, I don't know, another ingredient over there so it doesn't look too empty, at least for the moment, so everybody can think of how stuff is going to be, probably, or how it will work. So this door needs a name. And could be once again our object pooler for our prototypes, for our characters. So what we need is some prefabs for just any random characters to go into line, and some points where they go to whenever, let's say, the first one or the current client is leaving, that the other ones are coming here and then subscribing somehow to a system we haven't touched yet, and then we can put them, in like a queue or in a list or something like that, so we can perform the next content, load in whatever ingredients he has to offer or needs for his cookie to be performed, and then maybe some coin stuff like what the price for the cookie could be, and so we can get some coins to upgrade the character's movement speed, as an example. So in the very beginning you're gonna go like super slow, and so it's taking quite some time, but we should be able to still finish the order no matter what, and later on it's going to be faster, hopefully, in the long run, like when you're at day 10 or 15 or something, that you got enough money to implement maybe some nice stuff in the background. It's always extendable, but that's not necessary at the point of prototyping. So let's create a new UI image. It's going to be an NPC, like a non-playable character, and we're gonna give it this sprite. Gonna make it aspect ratio. Gonna make it as huge as, well, whatever we think is huge enough. And we can now put this, let's say here, like when he is entering, we're gonna put them or move them onto the same height until point X. I don't know the points yet, but this is how we can later on put them or move them from A to B. And if there are multiple, we can put them in a line. And every time we spawn a new one, we put him in the line. And if time or the day is over, we don't spawn new ones. We just need to, or we just can get the last one, or get rid of the last ones over here. Important is that the door and the NPC need to be above the desk. So being above the desk means the client is behind it. Okay, that's basically it. Now we need, well, a system to do all these orders, and we need a system to move our character between positions based on these buttons on its x-axis. For example, for one of them things, for the buttons, or anything else. And when we click the bowl, probably the bowl needs to be, yeah, well, it has to be clickable as well. So this needs to be a button to put the stuff into the bowl, or literally onto the cookie base. And if you do something wrong, then he's going to hate you in the end, and your delivery or your count or your numbers are going to be bad, and you probably don't get whatever you please and like. And maybe we're gonna make it so we need to protect it that somebody is needed to put in at least the cookie base at the very first place, so nothing else should be selectable or whatever. Okay, and so we are basically done with that. Later on, we're gonna put these NPCs. Well, we move them whenever they're done with their delivery. We're gonna put them here and bring them back outside, so they are leaving the space in the end. Okay, so basically that's the idea. That's what we got so far, and what I got so far. So now we go into some coding, because, well, without coding we are unable to do anything. Make sure that you keep everything always clean, like clean structure. Name your your folders however they needed. So, and create all the C# scripts or any other scripts. Probably you work with something else, but C# is the one main language over here. Which, what do we need? We need an SCR for cookie itself, like for a recipe. The SCR is going to be the scriptable object, so SCR recipe. Then we need some more scripts. We need a player movement, which is based on input. Maybe I just name it player for the moment. Need to wait until the compiler is done running, and don't give me any issues on the console by wrong naming convention, for example. Next one is we need an NPC movement or an NPC something, and then we need a kind of a order system. So we can complete an order and we can take an order. So I just name it order system. And probably later on we also need, which usually I use over here based on naming convention, to start the level, finish a day, and so on. We need a game manager. So the game manager basically just manages the game, like all its stats. And once named correctly, it shows you this little icon over there. We can also implement our own icons if we want to. So for scriptable objects, and we're gonna have later on a bit more, I'm gonna make another folder over here and just name this recipes, which are based on scriptable object over here. This is where we probably go and start with. And double click to open and mono develop Visual Studio, whatever, VS Code, whatever you use. So we want to take a look into what could be a recipe. Like, what is it part of? So in here, in a recipe, we can decide how we want to structure that. For example, we can make just simple Boolean, like Boolean for chocolate, for sausage, for, I don't know, for whatever you want to put on your cookies. So we just start with the simple recipe over here. The class we are using here is not a mono behavior, or actually the actual namespace is not going to be mono behavior. I need to wait until my mono developer is fully loaded. I hope that is going to happen rather quick. There we go. And since that is going to become a scriptable object, or basically not that directly, but it's the base for a scriptable object, we want to inherit a scriptable object, of course. And since we want to create multiple of them, like being recipes for our cookies, we're gonna need to create a new custom. What is it called? Is it called custom? Or menu? Something with menu. Context menu item, I guess, or create asset menu. This one. So we want to create an asset menu with a file name. So we can pass in file name and put in any quotes and then give it any name like new recipe. This is basically how you also can structure like enemies if you have any enemies at all. Oh, that is not what I wanted. Then I can also, what is the structure? Comma menu name. And now we can give it anything, like for example, we name the base of that something like cookies deluxe, which is my working title, and then we can make a slash, and then we can say recipe. And now we should be able to create new scriptable objects over here, which we can name. So each of them recipes can get a name, as well as can have any ingredients, and we now can think about how we want to structure ingredients. So an ingredient is basically nothing else than, let's say, a boolean. So like a cookie base is always true, for example, because we always need a cookie base, and depending on what we're gonna implement later on, like if we need flour as a single one, then maybe we need water and so on and so forth to make the cookie base. We are not that far yet. We want to give ourselves the possibility to implement them later on if needed. Each recipe could also get a name and a description. If we want to give some special names, for example, we can do this as well. So in that case, we need to make sure that all of the items we are going to describe over here are going to be, or in this case, all variables need to be public. Otherwise, we don't really can read them or put in anything in the inspector. So for example, I can say, I give it a string. And if we want to, we can put in a name. But name in general is a bad idea. So because name already kind of exists. So what we can do is we should be able to say something like public new string name, I guess, and then we don't have any issues with that. Or we can say we don't take the new keyword over here, we just name this one or tell it to be cookie name or recipe name. Literally, it's a recipe name. So we don't have any issues with renaming them stuff or the stuff later on. What we can also do is we can put in what's again a description if we need to. Probably I don't need this later on, but we can say recipe description. We can put in later on any something inside recipe description. If I have typos, that's okay, as long as I find them out later on. Description. And then we can put in all the ingredients. Once again, an ingredient can be a secondary class when they have specific or special necessities, but in our case, probably they don't. So we can just give in all possibilities, and then we just check mark them by saying this is a full chocolate cookie, for example. Then we only have chocolate ingredients, like or special cookie or dark chocolate cookie, whatever it is. In that case, I would just implement booleans for each of them possibilities. So, for example, we're gonna have the cookie base. And this one is always true, because this is what we need. If we need to later on decide to put in, well, it depends on my graphic artist later on. If she decides to implement flour, water, salt, and something, and probably sugar as extra or small extra ingredients, we're gonna have to put them into that as well. So in that case, we can we can already put them in. We don't have to use them literally. So we can something like can say something like for the cookie base itself, like water, a floor, salt, and whatever. We don't need to write them literally one after another. But what we can do is we can put some headers in between. So header, open, close. And then we can say here, this is all for the cookie base. Whatever we later on have, we don't know. I don't know yet. And then we need the ingredients. So I put another header, like ingredients for whatever comes on top of a cookie. So maybe we can name them toppings or something like that. Whatever can be on top of a cookie. In my case, we can put in a public and another bool, literally. And then we can put all of them in a row. But when we do them in a row, this header probably is not visible. So we need to, at least the first one has to be a separated one. So what we can do is we can, I tried to fiddle out some names now, how I can name these things. And based on whatever we get later on, we're gonna name them accordingly. We can name them German, English, whatever language we want, or we can also multi-language all of them based on the system the people playing the game on. So for example, we can take chocolate chips as being one of the ingredients, like so. And we can decide later on if we want to have them as a topping or not. Then we can put in something else, like, what could we put on the cookies? Maybe something like silver pearls or whatever. Then we can put in something like crumbles, or maybe maybe crumbles. And then we can also put in something like caramel, I guess. At least for a base, that should be more than enough. We have to save, and now we should be actually good to go. And we can now read the necessary pieces over here from literally from the character itself, like whatever ingredient he has picked from let's say from the order manager or from the game manager or wherever we have a list about all the possible recipes. We should be able to read them from there whenever the client is going to be at the correct position. So what we now want to create is a cookie deluxe recipe. So we can just create cookie deluxe recipe. We can give it a name, and we say just Xoco. And now we can see we got the cookie base, which is already here. We can say here chocolate or Xoco cookie. And the description can be anything. For example, cookie with a lot chocolate. Something like that. Once again, typos are always in there, so we later on go and check for them. So A cookie base is always on when we create a new one, and now we can say, okay, we want to put in just chocolate chips and nothing else. So we now have the first ingredient created. Again, we can name them whatever we please and like. And we can even put more cookie toppings over here. Like, for example, if we want to go and have an image for them, we can do that as well. We can implement the sprite for this particular cookie also directly in here. So we can make literally just some kind of a screenshot of each of the possibilities. In that case, we are using a sprite. So when we put in this cookie sprite, we can also see this. We can make like a visual representation of the recipe in the end. We can also name this one icon or just sprite. So basically, this is of the completed cookie in the end. We can also, if you want to later on, visualize the sprite inside the each of them. Inside each of them scriptable object if we want to, but not necessarily needed here. As long as we work cleaned up, we can do all of that stuff. Okay, so what we now need is the system. When the day starts, whenever the game starts, we want to make sure that, well, the day opens up. We maybe have some quick pop-up or something, like day 1 is starting. Then we have maybe a transition. I go away from that for the moment, because I want to just make sure that every now and then a customer gets created at the door, pops in, goes wherever he can. If a point is taken, something is taken, we don't want to do anything. But if a spot gets free, then we want to notify all the other ones which are sitting behind that and say, hey, you can move one step further because this position already is freed up. When that is happening, that all the other ones are going to, follow up in the line. And this is what which is going to be the first thing we want to, we need to struggle with and see how can we perform that. We could animate stuff. Well, later on we're going to do, like, make walking animations, maybe some idle animations and stuff like that. So how can we do this? Well, first off, we're going to go for our, order system, which is going to drive all the NPCs and drag them into the game, and then let them move to the next first or the next free position. What we could do is we could use some kind of a well, it's not a path finding, it's more like a waypoint system, where we have like multiple points. We can visualize them like using just some gizmos or something to see the complete length or the necessary part. So they need to go here. Then they give their order. The character has to be at this position as well. Like, it is not okay if the character is here, for example. So probably the character needs to be here to take the order from here. Then we gonna need to take the order somewhere, store that, whichever order it is, so the current order, or maybe we have an order list, and then the character, the NPC, needs to go anywhere here and wait there until the order is complete. Oh, we need the bell. Let me just duplicate the bowl. I need to rename this to be bell. The bell is going to be which you have to click to complete an order. Gonna name this bell to whatever. And this one has to be a bit smaller. The other one is not scaling with it, which is okay, at least for the moment. Gonna make that like so. Maybe the bell is going to be a bit yellowish. Maybe a bit more orangish. On this one here, the knob, the bell knob, I'm gonna give it another color. I don't know, maybe like that. For the moment, that's okay. You can be, well, once again, the graphic designer is going to give you give you everything you need later on. If you click the bell beforehand, you're gonna, of course, before you are done with the ingredient, of course, it might not be correct for the customer. So we need to handle all of that weirdness in between them, customer as well as client, or actually, well, player in this case. So if there's something wrong, like whenever it comes to decision making and tipping us the money, anyhow, to later on, increase stuff for, let's say, increase money for that, for to be faster whenever we click them items, to be collected even faster, and so on. I just want to visualize that I have the possibility to put multiple drawers, one under the other. Just as something I can do, not necessarily have to do. But maybe when it comes later on to making the cookie itself, anyhow, we need to throw things in here. I need to visualize that inside the bowl as well. Probably do some animations in between. For example, some where we are mixing things together, if we can do this, like based on time and so on. Okay, so we got these three, so we can tint them even further. Like we can say this is some whatever pinkish ingredient, this can be some bluish ingredient, and this one can be some greenish or yellowish or any other colorish ingredient. So we just get an idea of the difference in between things. And same for these buttons. So we can put the cookie base like here or other things like that into these drawers. And we can do the same thing over here as well later on. So we need to put in the correct things. I just don't know how we can implement the clickability between them things if we need to click the ball whenever we have something in hand. And how do we, well, not just visualize, but how do we handle the, okay, we have something in hand, we cannot pick up anything else, or we just throw it away, and probably the ground is going to be a mess up later on, I don't know, so we need to clean it probably in between. So we don't slip away on the ground. I don't know. But I don't think that is going to be necessary at the moment. Cookie base could also be done on the left side. Like we put just toppings here and cookie base stuff here. Maybe with super small buttons or something like that. The most important thing I want to make sure is that I'm working on a 16x10 or 16x9. Maybe 16x9. So I can and have to rearrange some things here as well. As you can tell, these images are now a bit off. So I can take now the complete desk and the NPC and just bring it up a bit. So put the desk in the center or back into the center. Maybe gonna use a bit more space over here for the enemies. And if I now press play, nothing is going to happen, of course. But we want to see how that looks in Maximize on Play. Looks pretty correct, so we should have some, if these are buttons and we click on them, we should see some reaction on them already. Of course, nothing is going to happen, but we can click the ball, the bell, all of them buttons here, and these ingredients as well. Which is okay and fine and necessary, of course. We cannot click the character or the door or even the player here. Okay, so let's get the order system kind of done, meaning, well, it's not the order, it's more like the customer system. So the NPC is just doing this movement and have its information about what is the current cookie recipe in his hand. This is what he gets automatically whenever he spawns at the point. So let's start to implement that, because we need to start somewhere. Gonna go open NPC, and we give the NPC first off a space where he can hold the recipe, like in a variable, so we can read from it whenever it comes or becomes necessary. So once everything is done over here, we can first off get rid of start and update, since we don't really know what is necessary at our current point. So, well, the only thing we know, or I know at the moment, is that I need a recipe placeholder. In this case, it's going to be an SCR recipe type. And I need to put in any name. For example, this one, recipe. So we are starting empty, and then whenever we start, we're gonna grab from somewhere a recipe. So start means, or we can also use awake. We wanna use the start method here. We can also use on enable when we are later on go into object pooling, which might be better. So we don't have to recreate a bunch of objects and delete them. Instead, we can just reuse them, so to store or save some processing power. So instead of start, we can use on enable. But for the moment, I want to go and just do the stuff the NPC needs to do. Our order system is probably has knowledge of all the recipes possible to pick from. So we can say we create a new public list. We can also use this as a private list, but not necessarily needed. A public list of all the possible SCR recipes. We just give it a name, recipe list. And of course we need to say new recipe list, open close parentheses, close the line with a semicolon. Next one is whenever we want to pick from that list, we can just request one. So we create a new public accessor for picking a random recipe from the recipe list. So what we want to return is a recipe. We can just name it get recipe or something like that. Open close parentheses, close the line, open close parentheses, and open close curly brace. What we need to return is whatever we have picked. In that case, we need to always return a random recipe from the recipe list to pick from. We can also later on make this one like based on level 1 to 5 or 1 to 10. So maybe the hard ones, which have to be unlocked. We can have multiple recipes later on, or recipe lists based on a level. We can put in a switch statement or anything else. But for the moment, we just want to get anything. So what we want to return here is any kind of a recipe from the recipe list with a random index. So we can say random range, close parentheses, 0, comma, and now we take the length, the recipe list.count. So if we take from the maximum amount of the list and we return that. You can create this random index also in an extra variable if you want to, up to you. So now we have a possibility to talk to the order system. Well, not directly. We need an access point for the script wherever it sits. Two possibilities for that. We can use a static order system. So we can just say order system.getRecipe. But then everything else here needs to be static as well. But the problem is that a public static list is not visible inside the inspector. So instead, we're gonna have to make the order system available as a static indicator, literally, and we need to go one step ahead or one step extra. So we can say public static order system. We just give it a name, for example, instance. And to access it, we need to put this also into the awake method. So public awake. Well, it doesn't need to be public, but we'll void awake, which is a special function the special function is based on Unity is a mono behavior. And in awake, we just want to pick, or actually set the instance to be equal to this. So we make sure that only one instance exists over here, like so. So now we can talk to the order system from anywhere, from any new NPC. We can say we instantiated that. We talk to instance like order system.instance.getRecipe, and then we pick any random recipe and return it to the requester. So the NPC can do this. In start, we can just say our recipe, the recipe on this NPC which just gets created in start or is available already. We can say recipe dot, oh no, it's equal to, now we need to talk to the order system.instance, so whichever instance that is going to be. This one is not correct here, gonna put this one back. And now we can say we want to get a recipe. Open close parentheses, close the line with a semicolon. So we can now talk to the wherever it is in our scene, we can just put it in there. And then we are good to go. We can save that. So whenever a new enemy, or in this case a new NPC is going to be created, we just order a new recipe and put this over here. If we want to read that, because we probably have to, we just create another extra function which needs to be a public function. And we want to return the recipe or maybe some ingredients, depending on what we and how we want to visualize that later on. We can just say we return the recipe we just got to whoever who is going to request this one. So we can say public void. Well, actually, it's not a void type. It's also an str return type. Str recipe. We can say return recipe. Open close parentheses, open close curly brace, and we just return recipe. And that's basically it, at least for the moment. So we now, when the NPC starts the game or comes into the game, it gets something. And if we say, okay, hey, NPC, tell me what is your recipe, we as a player want to know that, then we can go and say, hey, I return that to you, and we can read from that point or from that recipe. And so the player knows, okay, well, we need some visual representation of that, but the player knows, okay, I need one chocolate chip, one this, one cookie base, one this, one that, one this, one that, or probably 2 times chocolate chips or whatever, or 3 times, like a triple chocolate. This is what we have not implemented yet. Something like where we can have double chocolate, triple chocolate, and so on and so forth. But again, this is something, just a base of all the systems we're gonna have over here. So what could be the next steps? Well, we want to spawn our NPCs. And the question is now, who's going to do this? Basically, it's the door. And for the door, we need some spawn manager who is going to handle all the NPCs, probably, and send them to the corresponding spots if they get the signal to move to. The NPC is going to do their own movement, literally, based on the position they're going to have to go to. And once they're there, they're just stopping there and staying wherever they are. So probably I'm going to implement some coroutine, which is going to do all the actual movement from or to the actual position from its current position if they get the signal. Once they're done with that, they just stop and wait for new inputs. And we can say whatever. Hi, Change Bunny. Thanks a lot for tuning in. I hope you enjoy this one. If not, well, okay. Feel free to sum this live stream up if you like to. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the chat. I try to answer them meanwhile. Oh, thanks. Which one? This one? This one is not really a tutorial. It's more like I show what we are going to do. What I'm going to do over here based on, well, the game jam I'm currently competing with others. So, and I'm doing this with a new graphic designer girl. And we will see how far we can come whenever, the system is running at this point. So currently, probably she doesn't She doesn't know what I'm currently doing over here. Basically, I don't know what she's doing, but we're gonna meet up sooner or later and see. And put all the content together, of course. Okay, so I'm gonna do a small break over here. The stream is going to continue running. I'm gonna be back in, I don't know, 5 minutes or something like that. Okay, so let's continue a bit. So I need the order system and the NPC to move. So I believe I need a spawner or spawn system to start the day and end the day. I'm gonna use the game manager later on. So I believe I just create a script first, which is going to handle all the spawning. So I name this spawn manager or whatever. And I need to put this on the door. I believe so. I mean, it's not necessary, but I can put this on the door. So I select the door and just make the spawn manager part of the door. And of course, you can open this one in Monodevelop Visual Studio. Gonna close all the other ones, and well, at the moment I have a bit buggy mono behavior version over here, or Monodevelop version. Oh, and I should save the scene. Gonna do this pretty quick so I don't lose anything I have created beforehand. I need to wait for my firewall. And once it's done loading, I can open the spawn manager. So the spawn manager needs a timer in which I can decide how fast the characters or the NPCs have to be spawned, like the in-betweens between, you know, the first and the second one, and how often to be spawned. So double click to open, wait until both are green over here, so everything is fine. I do not recommend using the update loop for that. I rather use a invoke or invoke repeating or a coroutine. So both is going to be possible at this point. So what we need is some variables for that. First off, what to spawn. So we can pick random NPC. Random NPC. So we need a list to be picked from. In that case, it's going to be a game object, and we need to make sure that the game object is going to be spawned at a specific position. So we can use the spawn manager's position or the spawn manager's game object's position. So first off, I create a list of type game object. Since I want to, you know, create only game objects, I need to give it a name. It's something like NPC list. And it's equal to a new list. So we initialize that here already of type game object, open close parentheses, close the line with a semicolon. Next one is I need some variable like the position, as I said before, not necessarily. What else? I need a spawn delay. So, well, which is of type float. Not necessarily need to be public, but can. At start, we can just do whatever we want to start with. For here, we can start the process to spawn things after the spawn delay. Then we can wait until the spawn delay has been reached, and then we can respawn the next one if necessary. So instead of using an update loop, I probably use an enumerator, because after a specific amount of time or a specific amount of uses, I want to go and spawn them or stop spawning, for example. And spawn is maybe not a good one. Well, it should be good. So we need to yield return new. Autocomplete sometimes don't like me. New, wait for seconds. Make sure your autocomplete works 100%. We want to wait for the spawn delay. And then, whenever we are done with that, we want to pick a random NPC and want to spawn this at position. And then we go and continue. And to keep this one running, we can say we implement some kind of a boolean, for example, like we name this can spawn. So we can protect spawning or overspawning objects whenever we want to or can to. What does it mean is we're gonna use this spawn or can spawn boolean in a while loop. So while can spawn is actually true. Actually, we need to do a comparison operator, so equal equal. While that is true, we want to wait for that. And then we do the spawn, the actual spawn. In that case, we can say we create a new game object. Probably not even necessary, but let's do it. This way, we create a new NPC. We can name this also new NPC if we want to. Is equal to instantiate, open close parentheses. So first off, we want to pick a random NPC, so what to spawn. In this case, and from the NPC list, in square brackets, now we're going to pick a random index, so random.range, open close parentheses 0, comma, and then we take, once again, NPC list.count, as we did already. That's what we want to spawn. After the square brackets, we're going to make a comma, and then we can say where and how to spawn them. So where is actually the position where we are currently at. And we can also make a child, like a transform of the door, if we want to. And we can also say where to put them. So probably that's a good idea, probably it's a bad idea. We don't know yet, because we need to make sure that we arrange it so that the actual characters are hierarchically below the desk. So probably it's good to set the parent to be the spawn manager itself, or the spawn manager object where it is sitting on. And then we are when we are part of the door, then we can set specific spawn points directly to, or actually movement points, specific orientation or positions literally, so we can bring the characters to them positions one after another when the position is not taken at this particular point. So we can move to like literally backwards or forwards, like we go from the 0 position, which is probably the door itself, to the next upcoming positions, which we need to declare, let's say, in a vector list based on, and this is the fun part, based on the position of the character itself. Yeah, or actually based on the door itself. So we can say transform.parent is going to be spawn manager, or actually this dot transform should be the actual parent over here, and then we can say should it be a world space or not. In this case, it's not the world space, it's going to be the local space, like the local space of the game object itself, of the door. So I believe we're going to put in a false here, which is fine, and should hopefully put it onto the correct direction, or actually the correct position based on the pivot point and the transform point. That's what we want to truly test first. So we want to test if they're gonna be spawned after we say to do that. So to start the process, we need to spawn that and make sure that can spawn is set to be true. And when the day is over, we want to set it to be false, so it cannot be spawned anymore. But we can also say, yeah, well, this is what we need to do. We need to first say can spawn is equal to true, so at least for the moment. Later on, we're going to go and do this probably based on the game manager itself. So for the moment, we just say can spawn equal to true, and then we say start coroutine, and the coroutine is going to be called spawn. Open close parentheses, close the line with a semicolon. Now we need to create prefabs. For doing so, we just use the assets folder and create a new folder called prefabs. So create folder prefabs. And in here we can drag now our NPC. The NPC does not contain any NPC script yet, so we can put this NPC script directly onto NPC if we want to, so it lands here. So we know it is part of it. And now we can drag the object directly from the hierarchy inside our prefabs folder. Like so. Now the prefab itself contains the graphic, the image, as well as the NPC script. So if I go and delete this current one over here and go to the door, which is my spawn manager, I'm gonna have the NPC list over here. And if we later on have 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 different NPC types, we can put them all together into the door, into the spawn manager, or in this NPC list by just dragging it over here. So the spawn delay is probably every 3 seconds. Let's test it out. Let's see what's happening after the game has been started. We need to wait 3 seconds, and then we should see an NPC popping up. But we get an null reference exception. So what you can see, the NPC clone got created, but it doesn't find the actual object manager. So the NPC is gonna be here, so not directly where we want it to be, which is okay for the moment. We might need to change XY position, not changing anything else but XY position over here, which means it should now spawn directly, hopefully, over there. But we need to do this directly inside the prefab, otherwise it doesn't make sense. So whenever I do this now again, once again, the null reference comes from the object pool or object manager where we want to sit on, or get the idea. So now we have this object, which has its pivot point not at the bottom, so we need to fix that inside NPC as well. So first off, I drag it into door. Now I take this little dot, the actual pivot point at the bottom, and I need to override this. Well, it doesn't let me override it, which is actually strange. But this pivot point over here, maybe we need to take it out, at least inside the canvas. And make this one at 0, 0. And try to override, apply all, and delete it again. And try again if the NPC now goes at the bottom where the other NPC point is going to be there. Hi Felix, thanks a lot for tuning in. No spawn yet. There we go, still at the wrong position. So I may need to check out where the pivot point really is. So I drag it into the canvas once again. Okay, so since that does not really connect to where I want this little pivot point to be, because it is not really stored over here, I'm gonna go into my texture, into the prototype texture, and change it. As you can tell, in the middle over here is going to be this little dot, and I'm gonna put this literally here on the bottom, and so it's going to be custom. So I'm gonna take from x 0.5 and from y I'm gonna take 0. Apply the changes, and now the pivot point should be where it should be, hopefully. Gonna delete it and try to drag in the NPC. But pivot here seems to be wrong at this position. Maybe I need to zero this one out and just press play again. Still at the wrong position. No idea. But now the pivot is correct. Maybe the other pivot here is wrong as well. But that's fine for the moment. So I get a spawn at the correct position, which is cool and fine and necessary. Now I want to make it so that from this point over here, I want to have, like, let's say 1, 2, 3 points maybe, where other characters or other NPCs could be in or at. And then we need to have some kind of a messaging system or another extra list, which tells us if a position is taken or not. Literally, like, how shall I say? Like this, what is it? Battleships. Like, you know, you have one list where all the objects are inside, and one list where it just says, hey, this place is taken already, which we just need to set whenever a character arrives, literally. And once that is the case, we're gonna send another information to the spawn manager and say, hey, if this position is taken already, just don't spawn a new character, or just say do not spawn anymore. To do that, we can create 3 vector lists, or vector positions, or vector somethings. And how could we do that? Well, we can create a vector list directly and visualize that by using onDrawGizmos function. So we can take the current transform position and then we move them to the left or to the right until we are, let's say, satisfied with the positions we created over there. We basically we don't even need a complete position. We just need a float, an x value, because the other one is the transform position on the y-axis. Well, hopefully from the height or the position of the current transform. Hi, Unlegit. Thanks a lot for tuning in. So I guess I'm gonna go for that. So you guys probably learned something new here as well. Probably you don't. Depends on what you know about it already. So what we want to know is, or what we use is onDrawGizmos. Is a mono behavior function. Gizmos need to be written 100% correct. We don't need to do anything inside, well, literally, but it draws us gizmos based on vectors we're gonna provide over there. So what we can do is we first off create, let's say, a vector list. We can also multiply inputs, like when we use a vector 2, which we just need. We can loop through a bunch of times, like 3 times, and multiply the actual distance on x and y by whatever parameter. So we can say public vector 2, let's say point or distance. Basically it's the distance between positions. And then here we just create a for loop, or for each, but for each probably is not a good idea. And let's assume we're gonna have like 3 positions. We just visualize them for the moment at the first place. We're gonna set the distance later on directly in the spawn manager, so we can fiddle around with these numbers over here. So what we want to visualize is a gizmo. Gizmos dot, let's say we're going to draw a, well, not a line, but a sphere or something, or wire cube. Let's draw a sphere. We need to define where the center is. And the center is literally at transform position plus. And now we take I multiplied by our distance x, basically by our distance, but transform position is a vector 3 and the distance is literally vector 2. So we need to say vector 3 probably as being the distance over here. And then we can say we're gonna have a radius, like a new vector, actually a vector 3.1 or something. Vector 3.1. Shouldn't give us an issue here. Yeah, should be okay. Okay, it doesn't like it. What does it need? It needs a just needs a float. So we just give it a 1 or a 0.5 f. So, and this one is going to run constantly in the console, and as well here inside the inspector, as well as mono in the mono behavior. We should see something popping up here. Since that is going to be white, probably we don't see this directly, which could be anywhere there. Looks like pretty small over here, which is okay for the moment, so I can increase the size later on. And now we can put in an x value. The x value in my case might be a 2. 2 is too small, let's say 50 or 150. I know it's pretty small, so I'm gonna increase the draw sphere radius to be, let's say, 50. So we can see this a bit more present inside here. So these are going to be the spawn positions, or actually the movement positions. So this one is the first one, which is number 0. And we have number 1 and number 2. And number 2 should be the one where the character is going to be. So I can just reduce the number here on X until it kind of fits the position where I want this to be. Since that is pretty huge, I'm gonna reduce it by half or maybe to 20. Since I'm working in a in a full HD size, that's rather huge. Okay, if you want to, you don't need to use a draw sphere. You can also use a draw wire sphere. Should be the same. It's just a wired sphere, literally. And you can even color tint them if you want to. So instead of being white or gray in this case, now you can see it's white. We can also give it a color, something like color dot red or something, or black. Doesn't matter. Let's see if that is the correct order. It's not. So I'm gonna go and put in gizmos dot color is equal to, and now we're gonna put color dot black without the comma and with a semicolon in the end. Don't forget to save. And then we're gonna have this one black. You can make this one green, blue, red, any color, even hexadecimals. But for prototyping, that is not needed really. So now we have 3 positions to go to, which is just for the standing line, literally, like for the waiting line. So what we now want to make sure that the current character, or the first NPC, whenever it's getting spawned, it should check, is that a free position? If that is the case, then move to that free position. And same if he is here and arrived there, he needs to check, hey, is this a free position? And if that is the case, I can give back my order to my player if he's going to select me or interact with a button or something something like that. Like he's taking, like the player is taking the order from the NPC. Once that happens, maybe we're gonna put some UI somewhere, some buttons around here to take order. And then we're gonna pop up the bubble, and he is going to tell us what type of cookie he wants, like using an image, for example, just a simple image with all the ingredients as toppings or something like that. Or we're gonna say something like, we need this 2 times, this 5 times, this 1 time, this, something like that, or maybe a double cookie, like, or a triple or quadruple cookie. And so we're gonna stack up all the graphics above each other in the correct order, if necessary. And then we are good to go. And then he goes to the next position, which is the, let's say, waiting position. For that position, we need another extra position, which has nothing to do with the waiting line distance. But he can only go there if there's a free spot. Maybe. And he's waiting until the ball is completed, and then we ring the bell, and he's going to come and take the ball or the cookie from the ball, and then he's going to leave like to another point over here. So we need multiple distances to check out, and so we know where to go to. Like, we are going here, then he probably goes up to another waypoint over there, and then leaves the scene. And once he's like behind the door, like because he's leaving already, then we can pull him or her or whatever the character is going to be about, and then reuse in the next iteration if needed. Pretty good so far, I guess. Okay, so we have the visualization just for the positions where we want to move our characters to. And now we need to handle all the NPCs, like who's on what position, for example, or by using booleans in an extra list to see if a position is already taken. So literally, they're gonna get a position to go to anyhow. Let's see if I can put this anyhow together, like on screen. He's going to start here. Let me change color. So this is going to be the start point. Then we have position 1 and 2. 1 and 2. This is 0. We can even go further and use a third one. Doesn't matter. So, and when we spawn the character, we want to make sure that he's checking, is that a free position? Is 1 a free position? So we literally need a bool or something to see is free. Is that a free position? So we need to check from our current number position. We need to see if the number 1 in the list is empty or is free. We free that position once we move another character from this point to this point, and same until we hit number 3. So, and we can only do this if we know that this position is free already, and we need to make it free once again if one of them characters moves to a specific point. And if it is not free, we want to stay there. And the stay there is literally whenever somebody is moving. Let's say we have somebody here and moves here, we want to tell any procedure or any function. We want to call that and say, hey, I have made a free spot because this one here got free. So all of them in the list, all of them NPCs, no matter how much they are, we want to make them tell them, hey, I made a free spot, check if you can do a move. And so what we need to do is we need to iterate through this. We need to see who is going to be at this current position. So based on that, we have a bool list, literally. So we have the list of current NPCs, current NPC, and its corresponding bool list, current, let's say spot list or something. It's just of type bool. So, and if we got that, we compare this number or this index with this index. And if this index says, hey, I'm free, well, basically we can go backwards. Like if number 2 is free, we can tell number 1 to move to 2. So number 2, once that reaches the point or something, we're going to send the same thing and iterate through the complete list. Basically do a through to all of them, to two lists at this point. So they are checking against each other. So if 2 is free, we're going to tell 1, hey, 2 is free, so move your butt to this point. And same when that is going to go here, it tells this one to be free at 1, and so on and so forth. So we have a constant update, hopefully. Maybe we could also use a dictionary, which is going to contain a game, or we could put in a boolean as well as a game object. So we have like 2 key parameters. But putting that two lists into a into a correct something, I guess that should work as well. So this one here is the spawn list, or the spawn NPC list. Maybe I'm gonna rename this spawn NPC list. I need to put in just the new list over there as well. So, and the rest, the other ones are literally just hidden lists. So this one here is the actual, or the current NPC list. Current NPC list. And then we need a bool list, which is just taken spots. So the type here is bool. And this one here is bool as well. And here we can say free spot list. So by creating that, well, actually, maybe an array is going to be a bit better for that, because the size of the list is not going to change, just the actual parameter. Otherwise, we need to instantiate that or set this one to be a correct size. And the size is basically, whichever size we want it to be. So instead of using a list, because the list is not needed to be, I mean, we don't need a something like that, but we need to have a static array, I guess. So instead of using a list, I believe we're gonna go and use an array, a bool array. An array is just, we just say bool, so the type, and then we use them 2 square brackets, and then we could just give it a list name or something. And the cool thing about an array, well, cool in quotes, is we can define a size directly at the start. So we can say something like a new bool array and define a size of 3, for example. So we always have a fixed, this is the difference between a list and an array. An array always has a fixed amount of fixed size. A list is dynamic in size, so we can make it smaller or bigger at any time we want to. But if we say, hey, we only have 3 spots over here, then we cannot extend this. We cannot we cannot change it. Except we're gonna make the 3 a constant and change it, let's say, directly in the spawn manager if we decide to do different things. So in that case, we can say public const int. Constants mean we can change that, give it a name, number of spots, of 3 spots or whatever. And we need to define a size already. So for example 4. We should be able to change this later on as well. And here in the array size, we can just use number of spots now, because this is constant. So we can read directly from it. If that is not a constant, we cannot do this. It doesn't accept it. So keep that in mind for arrays or array size or constant numbers. We now should be able to see in Spawn Manager directly if we can change the constant directly inside the Spawn Manager. And we get some errors here. It tells us that the NPC list is not available. So I just changed the name. I forgot to rename it or auto rename it. So I need to do that and that. Save. And then here, this number 3 could be the number of spots. Number of spots as well. So whenever we later on go and change things based on that number, we're gonna change the amount of spots here as well, and we just need to rearrange the distance between all of them. As you can see now there are 4, because the constant is going to be 4. And if I say I want to have another constant, actually it doesn't show it, which is sad. But even if it is a public one, it doesn't show it. Probably it can be done by using a serialized field. Let's see. Maybe I can visualize the constant with a serialized field in the inspector. Nope, I can't. So that's sad, actually. So the constant is not really a good idea for being inside or visible over there. So it can be also a hidden one. So I'm gonna keep it as 3, as I have set it up before. And later on, if I need to change it, then I just go in here and change it over there. Because it's a kind of a static number, so it's not changeable, not even in runtime. But I can still use that as being my visual representation over here. So, what's next? Well, we want to move our characters from A to B and see, of course, which spot is free. And only if a spot is free, then we want to do and spawn a new one. So instead of just can spawn, we want to say and the spot is free. In this case, number 0. So instead of using and, we're going to use double and over here, which is the and operator, which means we want to make sure that we can spawn and we have a free spot. In this case, we can say if current, well, in this case, it's a free spot list in square brackets, and now we take element 0 because we are starting at 0 at this point, and this one is going to be equal to true. No, false actually. Is equal to false. Because it's a boolean, we want to compare it. If this one is a free spot, only then we want to go and spawn the next one. But maybe it's not at this point correct. We want to say something like here. We don't need the AND operator at this case. We want to only spawn a new game object if we have really a free spot. So the boolean in this array is going to be false, like in element 0 literally, because that is what we are after. If that does not work, then it goes and returns, literally does not spawn anything because the spot is not free. If we are spawning one, then we want to make sure that we set free spot list in square brackets 0, copy, to be true. So we want to change the behavior is equal to true because we have spawned something, which is okay. So, and now when we have spawned something, we maybe want to do some kind of a check and move all the NPCs inside the current NPC list. And this is what we also need to do. We need to add the new NPC into the current NPC list. So we can say NPC list, current NPC list dot add, and what do we want to add? Well, we want to add the new NPC, the one we just created over here, so we can later on also get rid of it if necessary. So it gets a position, and in this case it's position 0. Let's try that for the moment and see if there are any issues so far. Again, there's still this object reference not found, but that's okay for the moment. So after 3 seconds, we should see a first spawn over there. But we get an argument out of range exception. Because I renamed the list, I need to put in my NPC prefab here. And try again. So after 2 seconds or something, we're going to get some first item or some first NPC. It has the wrong position, which is okay. We're going to fix that positioning later on because something is fishy with this pivot point. Not quite sure if that is about... Nope, the X one is correct, 0.5. Seems to be something else. Maybe, again, maybe this pivot point is not correct. Maybe it's not local but global, or using anything else, or uses the center point over here. But that's what we're going to figure out later on as well. It's not important at the moment. So now, even if we wait for more 3 seconds or something like that, we should not get a next NPC clone. Why? Because we used the boolean inside the list of the door itself and the sport manager to say, hey, do not send us anything here because it is taken already. We can go and debug and see if we can visualize that. So we got the NPC list over there is 1, and we got free spot list over there is 3. I cannot open them because they are not, openable inside the debug mode, but we can visualize them by using serialized field or anything. So we can do this if we want to for the moment, just for debugging purposes. So using a serialized field for this one, for the bool list, and well, the other one is not needed. So we should be able to see them later on in the inspector without using the debug mode. So now we can see here's the free spot list, and if we now spawn one, this first 0 element over there should take a check mark automatically whenever the first one spawns. And now we can see it spawns or has spawned over there, so now this one is taken, this spot. Now we need to put in a something to move to position 1 to this position. We need to take this character now and say, hey, move here, and make sure that your old position is not taken anymore. So we can respawn the next one and do the same, do a through all them list. So what would be the easiest way over here? Let's think about it. Well, first off, whenever we create some new object, we want to make that, as well as whenever somebody makes a move, like the NPC made a move, because he got a signal to move. And the signal to move is the one we are now taking a look into. And how do we move them? There are 2 possibilities for moving, maybe 3. Well, first off, we need to store the information somewhere, and we need to wait until the position has been taken. So what could we do? We first off create an access point or an accessor, so we can talk to the NPC directly. How do we do this? Well, we just loop through the object and request the class or the object on top of the class. And then we can continue from this point. So we're gonna say public void, because it's just an access point. We need to start a coroutine or something similar. We say public void start moving, or start moving. And then we just start the coroutine. What we need to do is we need to put in a vector 2 to move to. Basically, it's just the X position, but we just store it as a vector 2. But we could also use a vector 3, doesn't really matter at all, I guess. So this is the move to vector, and we need to put the move to vector from the current position. We need to give it, the NPC needs to know where to go to, so we need to put in a vector 2 here as an argument and store that inside our current vector or necessary vector. Gonna make an underscore and name this also move to. Why do I do an underscore? Because then I don't confuse myself. So this is the incoming one, this is the current one. You can also do this vice versa. So first off, we're gonna set move to is equal to underscore move to, just in case. We don't really need to do this, but it's better to store that, to not need to hold this information somewhere. I mean, we need to store it anyways. And now we want to move to the next position, which basically is this position over here. In that case, we need to create a coroutine or something like, I don't know, but it's easier to use an enumerator, also known as coroutine. And this one is going to be our move to, and then we're going to put in the vector. We just bring it over. Actually, we don't even need to, because we store that before. And now we're gonna do something like, we're gonna put a bool here, just to protect stuff and not to overdo it. And name this one is moving. So meanwhile we are moving. We don't want to keep on going and moving. So we say if is moving. We want to return, or actually in this case we say yield break. We want to break out of the loop because we don't want to do this twice, which is going to happen sometimes if code is basically wrong. Once we pass that test, we're going to say is moving is equal to false. Actually true, because we are now moving. At the very end, after we are done with this moving, like here, and everything else is done, and we are at the position where we want to reset this to be false. So we are unable to move, meanwhile we do a move already. So now we can say, while we are moving, and for this I'm gonna create another Boolean function, which is just checking if we have reached the position where we wanted to move to. And for that we just create a new bool, move towards, or move to goal, or whatever function. We can pass in any parameters if we need to. At the very end we want to return, well, the position, literally. And to do this move, we want to literally use our transform the position. We want to move, and we're going to set this one to be move. No, what is it? Vector3.move towards. We want to move towards a point from to by speed. So the actual current one is going to be transformed the position. Then the next one is the target, is going to be our move to. And now we have an issue, because transform the position is a vector 3, move towards returns or needs a vector 3, but move to is a vector 2. So we need to make sure that this one is probably also a vector 3. We don't use the z variable, so we just make this one here a vector 3 as well. So we shouldn't have any issues with that. Then we need a speed. So I don't know about the speed, so I just put a float speed. It's just a move speed, literally, and we can make it whatever. Speed times time dot delta time, just to smooth it out. So what we now need to test is if our goal has been reached. So we need to compare our current position to the necessary position. So meanwhile, our current position is not the same as the move to position. We want to return false, meaning it does return, nope, you are not yet on this current position. I hope that makes sense. Well, probably it does. So what is the next step? Well, we now need to compare if our current transformer position is equal, or actually not equal, to move to. So in that case we should be able to, I believe we have done this before, to compare if this is that. So let me put this into a pair of parentheses. And if move to goal, no, it's actually not correct. If move to is not equal to, and maybe we're gonna put the return in front of it. I believe it was like that. So we want to return if, well, move to is not equal to our current transformed position. And if that is the case, we want to keep on moving until this is the point. And here in this while loop, we can now say move to goal, while move to goal, move to goal. And probably we need to return if that, meanwhile it's not returning true. So like we are not at the point where we want to go to. If that is the case, we want to wait. In this case, we can say yield return null and semicolon. Parentheses requested something. Curly braces awaited. Well, we can put this into curly braces like so and like so. not necessarily needed, but well, it's cleaner. If you don't want to put this into one-liner, you can also put this like first that, then you do the statement, and the last one, like I usually do, as this one is. You can put this together this way as well. Okay, and then we know that we are at this point. We say is moving is equal to false, and then we need to say I'm done. Recheck, and say the other ones, the other people or the other NPCs to recheck. Who needs to know that somebody has reached the point? Well, basically the spawn manager needs to know that and say, hey, make sure that you update my last position where I came from. So probably I need to put in some other variable as well to bring back. So instead of just knowing the move to position, I probably also need to know the number where I came from, so I can pass this number where I came from back to the spawn manager, so the spawn manager can go into the index and say, hey, clean up the index. Let's say this is now false, and loop through the list and see if there's a possible movement for any of the other ones in the line. That sounds actually correct. So we need to create another public void. Needs to be public, otherwise I cannot access it. Something like update update taken spots or something like that. Taken spots, since it's just singular, and usually we just should pass in an integer for the index we want to check or update. And then that means we want to, let's say, update the taken spot. Or actually, it's not the taken spot, it's literally the last spot as well as the next spot, if it is not higher than 3 or higher than a number of spots. Because if the last one is taken already, then we're gonna have to put it onto another position as well. We need to take out the current taken spot or the last taken spot and update the current taken spot. Like the one where we came from needs to be false, and the one we've gone through is going to be the new one and has to be true instead of false. So we can go and loop through all the other ones and see if there's anyone to take a look into and update. So we don't do this constantly, even if we could. We just do this whenever necessary. That's my aim. So probably I'm gonna put in a number here. It's my, I'm gonna take the spot. And probably I'm gonna put in an integer here and say last spot or current spot. Well, basically it doesn't matter. And we're gonna store this, let's say, last spot into that. And once again, I take an underscore just to don't confuse myself and say last spot is equal to underscore last spot. And what I want to do is whenever I report back, so in here it's going to be after we are done moving, we want to report back with this number, with this last spot we have visited, and probably the spot where we are going to could also be interesting at this point. So maybe I want to put this here as well. No idea if that is necessary, but probably we can say something like int next spot, or maybe, well, let's keep it for the moment as is. So reporting back just reports back the current position and moves maybe 2 things. So this is basically the last spot. And based on whatever the last spot is, we override the last and the current spot, or the next spot, which has to be just added up by 1, if possible. There's just one question I'm not quite sure about, is the order in the NPC list, or in this case in the current NPC list. Because this current NPC list gets literally only updated if one of them is going to leave the, or is done, like has been completed its order. So basically we are just using the Boolean to determine to which position the NPCs have to go to, but they don't know in which order they are. So we just need to make sure that we talk to the correct NPC. That can be interesting. Because in this last spot, like if we change the order on the updated taken spot, it could happen that the current NPC spot is not going to be the same order, except we are going to switch them orders inside this current NPC list. So they always match. Like NPC 1 needs to go to 1 and so on, so we change the order in between. Which means if number 0 moves to spot number 1, you're gonna need to go through all of them existing ones and make sure that they are always at the same index. It means we need to reorder. We need to reorder the current NPC list as well. So how do we update the last spot? Well, whenever we are talking to the spawn manager, we need to get some info. And in here we just say the Boolean list, or the Boolean arrays, free spot list. Then we talk to the last spot. And whenever, well, it depends on what the number is. So last spot is equal to, and now we need to make sure that this is false. And the next one, or the current one, or wherever the player gone through, or the NPC gone through, we need to update this one as well. So we need to say free spot in square brackets, and now it should be last spot plus 1. So we go, or is it minus? No, it should be 1 positive 1, maybe? No, we'll see. This should be 3. True, actually. But only if it is possible, because it might overdo it at this point. So we want to make sure that the free spot plus 1 is only possible to be changed if the last spot plus 1 is smaller than our number of spots. Otherwise it doesn't make sense to probably gives us an argument out of range exception. Like so. And then, if that is not the case, we want to make sure that we are leaving the complete list over there. The list of people. And then we move out of the room. And now we need to iterate through all the other ones, or literally through all NPCs, and see if we can move them as well. Tell NPCs to move to next spot if free. And this is the question now. How do we do this? So from NPC we need to report back to spawn manager, but spawn manager does not contain any instance name so far, so we need to put in here as well a public static spawn manager. Oops. Static spawn manager, and give it a name instance or anything. We need to create a void awake with a big A, open close parentheses, open close curly brace, and say instance is equal to this, which is necessary to access the static spawn manager behavior or instance literally. So we now can say spawn manager dot instance dot update taken spot. Now we need to pass in the actual last spot, the last spot we got beforehand. No issues so far, which is okay and fine. And now we need to figure out when to, like after we are done with spawning, to tell the current created NPC or any NPC and see if there is some NPC to take a look what is this current spot. Probably we should use that. So if the current spot is let's say -1, then it just got spawned and we need to set it to be 0. And always use that as an indicator to read from and tell what is the current position based on the boolean or the last spot index, so we can use that no matter where they are in the list. So probably we should use last spot and current spot. And so probably we're gonna say at start it's going to be -1 and same one here. So, and if they are -1, we need to make sure that they are overridden, of course. And current spot should be the one which is going to be next to or one higher than last spot. So after we are done moving to the goal, we're gonna create or set current spot equal to last spot +1. Well, basically. So what does it mean is if that is happening, we can read from the actual NPC by just looping through all the NPC objects and request current spot. So what is your current spot? If your current spot is 0 or -1 or whatever, like whenever this one here starts or gets created, we usually should go and set current spot to be, well, 0 probably, because that is going to be the actual position on the boolean as well, because that can only be created if that is the case. And then we can compare all of them spots, no matter what the order again in the list is, and just see, okay, where are you and where you want to go to. So maybe we don't need to protect this one by a -1 over here, because whenever we get this one gets created, we're gonna set this one to be 0. Not necessarily have to be, I guess. So maybe I'm gonna just leave it as is, so it's set automatically to be 0. And if last spot, like after starting the move, actually that's what we need to do is we need to say start coroutine, and we need to say what is it called? Move to open close parentheses, close the line with a semicolon. So we start moving only if somebody is telling us. So we set move to and last spot. We set start coroutine. When we are done with moving, we're gonna set current spot. Later on we can compare maybe things to it. And then we're gonna set, okay, we are done with moving. Then we report back and update the taken spot. We can also update with, if we want, to the current taken spot. And depending on the current spot, we can also set this one to be updated inside Spawn Manager, like here, if we want to and need to. And say, okay, if that number, the current spot is number 2 already, or would be higher than that, then we need to put him into another position. And later on I can also give it some hopping animations, I guess. So it's probably looks better like if we move the characters in some kind of an arc, or maybe the animation is going to provide that. So I just slide them from the left to the right by whatever the speed is, and that should be okay-ish so far. Now I just need the Spawn Manager to tell everybody, hey, what is your current spot, and see if the next spot is open for you to move to. And if that is the case, just do your move. And once that is happening, we need to go and iterate through that again by, once again, just using an invoke method or any just normal method. I would say it just loops through the list and see who could possibly do an actual move. So to do that, we need to iterate through all the NPCs we have created beforehand, grab the NPC script and tell it to or get information about the current position, and see if the current position +1 is a free position and not out of range. So we want to go and check NPC. So void check NPC area or list or movement, or I don't know. Check NPC list maybe. And then here we just create a for each loop. Both works, doesn't matter. And we want to go through the actual current NPC list. Copy. .count. So, and what we want to do is we want to grab the current NPC we are looping through, just grab it for a second, because we want to know what the current point is, the current index of that inside our Boolean list. So we can say, maybe we're gonna create an integer for that and name this current index, because we don't know the order, because one of them is going to be static, the other one is going to be, based on whenever it become created. Hi Cetrix, what will this be? Well, a cookie creation something game, which is you as a player get some orders from players, like they are going to get spawned over there. then they move in kind of a list order. That's where I currently am at. You are the player, and he's going to give you a recipe. And once the recipe arrives, we need to go and click some of the ingredients which the somebody is going to request, and we need to put them all into the bowl here and ding the bell whenever it's done, so the NPC can take the order and give you some money in the return. So this is basically what I'm going to create over here, and then the NPC is going to leave the room again. I have to make a small break now. I'm back in quite some minutes, I believe in about 5. I leave the screen on and I leave everything on over here, so yeah, I'm back in like 5 minutes or something like that. Okay, so let's take a look where we just have been. Yeah, so we want to check the actual NPC list. So with the current NPC list, we're gonna loop through all the elements and see what the current index of the current loop through NPC is. So in this case, we're gonna take or grab current NPC list and square brackets I, which is going to give us the object. Then we want to get the component of type NPC, open close parentheses, and then here we want to read the current index. And since the current index or the current spot is a public one, private one, we want to grab it by using just a function over there, which needs to be public void. Actually not a void, it's an integer return type, and just get current spot. So what we want to return is just the current spot, which gets, automatically increased by whatever number is. And then we can also compare it directly inside Game Manager. So we want to get the current spot, open close parentheses. And currently I just store that in current index. So we can name this whatever we please like. We want to make sure that we got this. Now what we want to do is we want to compare it with our Boolean list. In that case, we can say if current index is smaller. Well, actually, no. If current index plus 1 is smaller, I believe that is the first important thing. As this index is smaller than the free spot list. Dot count, or in this case dot length. Because it's an array, we need to take length instead of count. And we need to make sure that the current spot, or basically the free spot, or actually the next spot is going to be a free spot. So if a free spot, and now we take the index, because only then we are able to perform this. If a free spot in square brackets current index plus 1, if that is the case, or actually if that is returning a false, if that is equal to false, then we want to make sure that we move the NPC, the current NPC we are actually moving. So we can say current NPC list in square brackets I is the index which we currently loop in through. We want to tell this NPC to do its movement. So we want to talk to the start moving function. So, and in that case, we need to drag or grab the second time this actual NPC get component stuff. So best way would be we catch this beforehand. So we say new NPC or whatever NPC is equal to, basically it's the one we are just looping through. We just catch the data here. We should catch it beforehand so we can reuse it in the current index. So in that case, we can just say npc.get current spot, and we can also say npc in here. So current npc. Basically, we don't even need to do this. By that, we could say just npc.move, npc.move. Actually, start moving. And now comes the fun part. We now need to know on which index we are based on the vector to move to. And we just got the distance here. And in our on-draw gizmos, we just draw some based on our current position on the current NPC position. So basically, what we can take is the current NPC position plus I times distance. So what is I? I is going to be the current spot, I guess. Current spot plus 1 probably, to give us the correct vector to move to. So basically it should be transform dot position plus current index plus 1 multiplied by, well, whatever the distance is. Now, what does it need instead moving? Let's pretty quickly take a look. It needs a vector 3. I believe we need to put some parentheses here and there. What else does it need? It needs the current index, I guess. The last spot is going to be the current index. Like this. So now we should have the checking, hopefully, from the current position. Basically, this position is still the spawn point's position, but we are taking this current index plus 1 and multiply that, or add it to it, multiplied by the current distance. So if that is 2, or returning 2, we have 2 times the distance. If that is 0, we're gonna 0 plus 1. Probably that's not a good one. Well, it should be the right one, because it's the next position, literally, to move to by the current index, or from the current index. So the next index is going to be this one. The current index, well, is literally the last position. And then we have hopefully a constantly moving people piece. Let's try that out. Maybe there's a typo here and there. We'll see. That's one more thing we don't do, which is going to be whenever the first one has been created, like once we are done spawning. So we do a spawn, like here. But whenever we spawn, we don't really check if there's something to move to. Maybe we should check the NPC list after the first one has been spawned. So in here, whenever we wanna, well, this is pretty needed here. We need to check the NPC list over there, like after we were updating the last one, and we literally can test this out as well, like after spawning a new one. We just need to make sure that nothing is going to double run here. So if there's a free spot at this point, we spawn a new one, then we get the free spot to be a true, and then we're gonna continue with that. We currently have that, and I believe after doing so we can just check the NPC list here as well after spawning a new one. If this has been run already, or if this is currently running already, then we may get some doubles, but again we are protecting double movement just by using is moving over here in the NPC list. Hopefully that makes any sense and works. Let's see. Like every 3 seconds we should see some popping out, moving to a point, hopefully, and popping out the next one and moving until, well, whatever point possible. So we got 3 clones. but they haven't done the movement. So let me, for the moment, get rid of the recipe, because we don't have this one in our correlation yet. So we don't get the null references, and probably that's why they not move. We don't know. We will check that. I have to check that. I'm gonna go out of maximize and play. Okay, gonna do this next time. So clones or creates the first one. Gonna unpause. After 3 seconds it should do the same thing. And meanwhile as this is happening, we're gonna see what the actual points are. Now you can see element 2 and 3 are taken already, because they moved to the next point literally. And now we should get element 0 to be taken as well, and now we shouldn't get any more, because all the 3 spots are literally taken already. So we cannot do any move. But if we clean up one, then we should go and see more of that. Pretty cool. So the spots are going to be taken, but they don't really move to the point. So probably there's one or the other bug in the movement itself. Maybe I'm gonna go and need to take away this exclamation mark, so we're gonna see the actual movement. Could also be that the movement goal is not set to be correct, but we'll see in a moment. Yep, so this is the actual issue. We are now haven't filled up the element 0, but our character does not move to this particular point over there. Because probably speed is 0. So we set speed to 5 and try again. So we should at least see some movement from the door point whenever the spawn is done. Now it moves to this point. It's rather slow, but once it is at the position where it should go to, we should see a next spawn, a new spawn point, because then this spot should be free. We should see that element 1 is taken once that is the point. There we go. So this has been reached. Now it is moving to the next point, because this point is already taken, but this guy here cannot move until this guy is at this point. So once this guy is free, or at this point, he should stop. Now this guy can go to this point. Pretty cool. And the next one can be spawned once he is arriving at this point. I don't really like the speed. It's quite slow, I would say. Let's do it with 20 and check again. So we're gonna have this a bit more fluid here. So we spawn the first one. The first one goes to the table, to the first position, then checks, there's the next position. This guy now waits until this guy is there. It waits here. This guy goes to this position, and now the last one should go on here. There we go. And now it just waits. It waits until one of them spots becomes free. And this guy here with his own index is currently at element 2, which is fine. So now we need to take his order. We should be able to only take the order, or he is giving it to us. We need to anyhow access it. And I need to talk to my graphics girl, so I'm gonna mute myself for a moment, and then I'm going to be back. So I'm back. Sorry for that delay. I had a call, which was rather important, I would say. So let's continue and see where we went. Meanwhile, I was talking to my artist, my 2D artist, and she just brought me onto some specific thing, which happens when I'm going to maximize and play. What is going to happen is these little black points, which are these on-draw gizmo ones, they are going to reduce the size or the actual distance between, well, since they are literally hard-coded and not like percentage-wise based on, let's say, screen size, they are just having a different distance. Sadly, I cannot see them here in the gizmos, but as we can see over here, the first one element is going to be somewhere here, and the second one is somewhere over here. This is happening because, well, the distance between the 3 points or these vectors, which are just using fixed numbers, like fixed float numbers based on pixel size, you're gonna see that there's nothing going to happen over there. Also, we may go and create the system or the function that the but this is a huge maybe, that the clients are coming from the top, because the artist is or has created just a front side, probably just also made sure or can make sure that he is going to create the back side of the characters. So we just do some movement down, then maybe just slide the characters to the right and then reverse the image or just change the appearance to the back side, and then we move out, which could also be happening. On the other side, we need the front side, absolutely, but probably she is going to make it so that we're going to have a side view as well as a front view as well as a back side view, so we can have some multiple shots over there. So as we planned, the people are coming, inside the scene from the right side or visible from the right side. Then we're going to go and show the front side over here. Then when they wait still the front side, then we go with the back side when we move them upwards, just slide a bit and then moving out to the left, which is going to make it simpler. Let's say not simpler, but well, for her it is going to be a huge amount of work. For me, it's basically it doesn't matter. But now I need to fix the issue over here with the little black points over there. So the distance between the points have to be like relative to the screen size, literally. So currently, when I don't have maximize and play on, we're gonna see that the first point is going to be there and the second point is going to be there. Of course, I need to speed up all that stuff, so it's going to be, or going to work a bit quicker, and it's not like super slow down over there, which is okay so far. However, still the distance on if we go with maximize and play is not like that. It's, as I showed before, it's one is here, but they're not going to this point. Also, I probably want to introduce a bit more points in between, and now the question is, how could we do this? And what I would do is I would define a length between two items to be like one is going to be just an empty game object, which is part of the door. So literally what I can do is I can create a empty over here part of the door, which is going to be just a, let's say, the maximum point or the last point in the row. I'll just name this maybe point or something. And I want to put this, well, first off at the very bottom. Maybe I can snap that to be like at the very bottom over here. Sadly, there's no direct snap to the left or to the right, so I just try to fiddle that one out. What I can do now is I can move this over here to where the actual point should be. I can also give that a little gizmo icon, something like this one, so I can even see this in screen whenever I show gizmos in play mode. Let's see if that works. That the item is going to stay at this point. Well, and since that is literally based on the canvas size, it should be at this point. So let's take a look. This point is over here. Sadly, I can still or cannot still see this item, so I'm gonna drag this, let's say, below over here, and maybe this point is literally not visible because of the, well, actual items over there. So instead of just using an empty point or just an empty game object, I might go in and use an image. So instead of using a empty game object. So the image basically just has the same things, the same rect transform, but it has an image component on it as well. So when I move this one like somewhere here, and then to the left, or in this case to the right, gonna just use the x-axis. Now I make this point literally above or below the desk so I can see where it is. I can also scale this one down just a bit, just to see where this point is. So if I go now and maximize and play, this point should be at this particular position based on the canvas size, because we have scale with screen size selected. It should be somewhere there. So in maximize and play, as you can see, it stays at the position. What I now can take is this one point as being a placeholder to calculate the distance between this spawn graphics and its own, let's say, transform, just over x, for example. And then I can use that to create these in-betweens over here, because they can be calculated. I just divide the complete distance, the pixel distance, divide this by, well, the amount I need. In this case, it was a 3 or 2. Well, I guess I was creating a 3 overall. But for calculation, it's going to be a bit easier, no matter where I put this actual point to. So to do that, the spawn manager needs to know about this one point, and it's rather simple. I just need the transform of it. I don't really need the object or anything else. I just need the transform of it. So I'm going to create a new transform, and this is going to be my point. I could also rename this point, and now we can do calculation. The distance, which is this one, can now be calculated automatically. So we don't put the distance we don't put the distance by hand. We can literally empty this one out. I'm gonna keep it public so I can empty this one out just in case, or in the first place. It was a vector 3. So what I can now do is I can calculate the distance at the very start based on the spawn point's transform position. Then we take this current transform point, this point, and then we divide the distance by whatever the spot amount is. Probably it should be 3. Yeah, there we go. And based on that, we are going to use the actual points to be calculatable. And later on, I just disable the points, let's say visibility, so we don't have any issues with that. Also, it should work then inside the should also work in maximize and play. So to do that, I can just create a new void, and then I can say calculate distance. Calculate distance. And basically, when I change any point over there, I can also take away, actually use any kind of amount. And based on the calculated distance, well, which is part of this one constant number we were creating beforehand, or I was creating beforehand, I can also operate the free spot list. Like if I want to introduce 5, then I just change this one number. Well, that's the idea behind this. So how do we calculate this? Well, first off, we need to know our current transform position. So transform.position. We're going to say minus equal, or just minus. Maybe we want to store that in to the distance already. But the distance later on is, we just need the x value, literally. And I don't know about the y value. But probably, maybe we take a y and x separately. So what we could do is we could fill the distance.x with something. Because this is an empty vector 3, literally. So, and now we take current position.x minus, well, spot, or what did I call it? A point. Point.x. And since that is a transform, we need to say dot position.x, because we wanna know about a vector piece. We can do the same thing. Distance.y is equal to transform.position.y minus point. dot position dot y. So we have literally all of them kind of correct. But now we have an issue. We need to divide the distance, like this calculated complete distance, through the complete distance over there. So I would just say I put this into parentheses and then divide all of that by the number of spots, because that is, yeah, actually the numbers we are after. Gonna do the same over here. So first we wanna know the distance, the real pixel wise distance. Probably we need to do a plus over here from current position to this position. Well, we're gonna see that in a moment. Number of spots. And we need to make sure that we are creating this one before we do anything else. So we say calculate the distance for us. And based on that, we should see anything over here running. First off, I let the compiler run. And I deactivate maximize and play. So I see the calculation based on that first. Maybe it's not working as it should, but let's see. Unassigned reference exception, because I did not put the actual point, which is or should be part of door, over here into spawn manager's point, which is going to be here. So I make it so. Boop. And now we press play again. Once again, I deactivate maximize on play. And see how the actual gizmos get created. And now we can see it's doing literally the opposite. That is why I said we need to say plus instead of minus, because the point we are requesting is on the right side and not on the left side. So we're gonna do, or we can go backwards, like when the point is here and the transform position is going to be on the right side, then it would be the opposite. So let's do plus and see how that works. Maybe the y-axis does not need to be plus, but we'll see, hopefully. Okay, so now we can see the y-axis is going to be literally the opposite. But this point over here is going to be, well, not close to our point, so something is probably wrong. Maybe we need to do it a bit different, but let's see. I'm gonna take y and negate it once again. The other one, the x position has to be plus, the negative, and the y position seems to be minus. Now I press play and see where it goes. It's a bit, still a bit too short. I mean, it does what it has to do, but it still is not at the correct position because the point is here. So something on my calculation seems to be wrong. So maybe instead of using number of spots, we might need to go and say number of spots minus 1. So the distance is going to be higher in between them points, because we are having 3 indexes, 0, 1, and 2, but we have not 3 indexes because the 0 index over here is not going to be implemented. So let's try again and see if they now calculate correct. Nope. There could be some issue with that. The number 1 here shouldn't be in any issue, or shouldn't have any issue, but why is that? Probably I need to put these into a pair of parentheses. So otherwise it is reducing the number by 1 after doing the division. Why? Well, in mathematics, the division or the multiply is going to happen before plus and minus. That's the simple mathematics rules. That's why we probably need to reduce the number of spots before we divide the number of spots literally, because we have 2 lengths, like 1 length, 2 lengths, but we have 3 spots, so we need to reduce it by 1. Now it should, hopefully, be correct. And there we go. So it's not precise, but it's kind of close. Not quite sure why that is not 100%, because the point, like this point here, is at another point, at another spot. So the rest is going to work as usual. But now the question once again is, why does the point from here is not 100% over there? So it could have two options, or could be two possibilities. The first one is, well, that the point over here was not or is inside the calculation of how shall I say? Well, it is part of the object, but that's not the issue, it seems. So these coordinates don't seem to be correct. So the question now is, what is more correct? What I really wonder is why I don't see the gizmos inside this game view now, because I'm actually enabling gizmos, but they don't get calculated at all. So why is that white spot here, or my little point, why is that not correctly seen over here, or not calculated correctly? Maybe we should do the opposite. Well, it shouldn't really matter. So like we are going to take point.x position minus transform position.x to get the real distance. Well, pixel-wise, maybe I've missed something over here, because this is probably calculating the world space and not the local space. That looks correct now. So when I move this one here and press play, then it calculates correct. So we need to take the point itself and negate from point. We need to negate transform the position, so the position of the spawn object. If we later on, or we change our mind and let everybody spawn here, then we need to do the y calculation instead of an x calculation. Literally, I don't even need to fiddle around with the y-axis over here. Well, that's what I assume, because it is going to just take straight whatever it is, or should maybe not be affected, I don't know. But let's test it out. It doesn't seem so. So when I move this spot here, the x should be the only one calculated. Even if I do this, the x should be calculated until this point, at least for the moment. There we go, looks good. So what I can now do is I can undo this twice, and I can, if I want to, implement the y-axis as well. So depending on where I put this point, even on the y-axis, I should work, or that should work correctly. I can test again if the points between like that should be now like a staircase based on x and y, which is doing the opposite, as we can see. And so just to fix that, just in case, we're going to do the opposite again here. So we say we negate transform to position y from point position y, and try again. So we get this staircase, if needed, later on into the correct, position. Let's try that out. Gonna press play, and we should see now the opposite going to this point, and it should fit 100%. Pretty good, and it fits as it should. We can do this with multiple instances of points. For example, we can say here we want to have like up to 5 waiting people, waiting characters. That shouldn't be an issue here as well. And we can put them in one line. As you can tell, now we have 5 visible on screen, even if they are not using the correct calculation on screen, which we could also implement, by the way, using the OctoGizmos function. So currently we are just looping through the number of spots, which is absolutely fine, but we are taking the wrong transform position over there. In that case, we should take, well, yeah, the question is, what should we take? Since distance x and y gonna calculate the distance on their own. So in that case, we need to change the calculation of the point, which we currently use, or use just on start to calculate the distance to the point, which means it should work in either a gaming scenario and then gaming and any resolution as well. So in OctoGizmos we literally should or have to do the same thing. So we need to iterate through the number of spots, like here. Or we probably can just use a distance over here as well. Like we're gonna calculate the distance here. We probably don't even need to do all this content. I just gonna, just in case, I toggle the line command and say, okay, we're gonna keep the gizmos running like that. And we can now say we want to draw a wire sphere. Copy. Paste. What we want to do is we want to calculate the distance first. Calculate distance. That's going to run the whole time in the editor time. And then here we just take distance, which is or should actually calculate on its own. And then we say just the size, like 20f. So we first off have the correct, hopefully the correct position based on the distance. Let's see if that makes any sense and works. That does not work, but should work and start. Well, actually not. Okay, so how do we do this? Or how could we do this? Interesting. Basically, I believe this is correct, since distance is a vector. So this might not be affected completely. And we maybe just, before we go into the for loop, we just need to say we want to calculate the distance, like so. And then the distance gets recalculated and all the points should be at the correct spot. Let's try. There we go. So what we now can do is we can live test and check where we want to put the point. And because we are running this in an OctoGizmos function, and we say if that is a good position or that is a good position or whichever position we prefer, we can play around with these points, can set this up as straight as we want and please. And even if we press the play button, we should not need to calculate, or we recalculate this at least once, of course. But then all the characters, and up to 5 literally, should be or should go to the correct position. So we now have number 1, number 2. He's waiting, which is funny. And now we got 3. But the question now is why we only get 3 even if we have like 5 points. Good question, I believe. So we are instantiating until only 3. So at some point we are not using all the current indexes. I mean, it's not really needed, but let's see where we can, or why we can only spawn 3 instead of 5. Because, well, we are using a 5 times spot, or we can have up to 5 points. And even in Spawn Manager, we should have that's why. So Spawn Manager, since that is now a serialized field, is not updating its size. It only does it if it is not serializable. So now we should see 5 popping up. Of course, we cannot test this at this point, but when we now press play, we should see, hopefully, that the numbers are going to be up to 5, or 4 in this case. 4 plus 1. Let's see if we are right. There we go. He's overhopping number 3 now, because he's now not taking a serialized property or serialized field, which is literally like a static number. We want to make it so that we have the issue or the possibility to put them on 2 plays. And now we have a waiting line of 5, and we can now increase the speed quite some bit. Maybe to 50 or something, so it's not as slow. And what it can also test now is if the waiting line in maximize on play is also stopping literally on the left side of the head of the player character, which we haven't touched yet, but well, that's what we're gonna go for. So the first one should stand somewhere here. 50 in speed seems to be still slow. But that's it. It looks correct. We can see the little square below the actual desk over here. And we should have 5 in total and nothing else, because it cannot take anymore or cannot create anymore. So far so good. I wonder why the speed in maximize and play is slower. I mean, it seems to be slower. Yep. So maximize on play is going to be slower than the usual one. Maybe it's not in the build with that slow size or slow speed. It seems to lag a bit. So I'm not quite sure why that could happen. I don't know. We maybe see this later on in stats if there are like any speed lags or something like that. So in full mode, it should run the same speed, literally. So that's basically everything we need for our standing line. Now we need to take a look into how could we take an order. So taking an order is like we need to show anyhow the player what the NPC wants to get, like which recipe. And now the question is, how do we do this the best way, or an easy enough way to understand? Okay, you need this, 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 and this. We could use images, just a pure image. We could use text as well. We could, for each recipe part, we may need multiple images actually to show the sprite, the corresponding sprite, like in an order. Like you need to have the cake foundation first. What did I name it? Cookie base. Then you need, I don't know, 2 times chocolate chips, or 2 times silver pearls or crumbles or whatever. Or whatever the amount is. And we need to anyhow show that to the player. So basically by using icons or by by numbers to fit 100% the needed content. So the question is, how can we do this? Also, currently I'm thinking about how could we just say, okay, we need 2 times or 3 times chocolate chips, so we can randomize numbers, and the player has to do multiple things, and we can literally randomize everything. Not just the style, but also the amount. Like 5 times this, 3 times that, 5, 4, 3, 7, 8, whatever. And maybe like a triple cookie base. Would be an insane cookie, but you know. Also, we need to think about how to visualize that in the very end. Like whenever we put stuff on top of each other, what the actual cookie graphic is going to be about. Because we need to offset everything by a specific amount, since we probably have like a I don't know, 2D-ish, like a hamburger, which is going to be like one above each other and so on and so forth. So maybe we have a triple cookie base, but maybe not directly at the bottom or in the top, but or at least at the bottom, yes, and at least on the bottom probably, and at the top, but maybe somewhere in between as well, like multiple. So for that, we just need to define how we can do this. Like instead of using a boolean, I probably need to create some integer or use an integer instead. Like, okay, I want to have 1, 2, 3 cookie bases. Once again, we don't cover this yet. And maybe 5 times or 3 times chocolate chips to pick and to put on the special onto our cookie as well. Maybe the order does not matter. Maybe the order does matter. This is also something, and then we need to stick that something anyhow together to be a final graphic in the end, which could fit a specific done or ready to go sprite or something like that, or maybe something done already kind of. And if there's something wrong on this, then we get a bad or not a good, let's say, tip or a good money or something like that. So what could we do? Well, I believe it's good when we have the possibility to set them bools, but also maybe we want to make a bool array. Could also be happening. Like we want to have like 3 times this, 5 times this, so we can decide how big this array could be. But this might not be good for a specific order. So let's see how we could put a recipe a bit better together. So the first issue is fixed about my waiting point, but let's assume every recipe starts with an item. Literally. So for example, if we have an array of items or a list of items, basically a list is better than an array in this case, we can say, okay, the first one what we need is the base. It's element 0. So this has to be the first one. So we can make an order in case of what type of items we are literally able to use. And if we have an item, any type of item, we can create them at any kind, then we can put them into a list. And so we can say we have 1 cookie base, then we, let's say, have, I don't know, any sausage type, maybe salty something, I don't know, whatever it could be. And then we can say, okay, we want to have like cookie flakes here, and maybe a third time cookie flakes, and then maybe we're gonna have a top cookie base as well. So we can, with something like that, we can define even better recipes, because we not just say yes, yes, no, no, yes, no. Better would be we can put any randomness into this base, but we need to make sure that at the top and at the bottom are the bases if needed, or we're gonna create them on our own. So we can create our own recipes as we did before without randomizing, but we can say, okay, the simple ones just have like 3 ingredients, for example. So 1 base and maybe 1 times chocolate and 1 time silver pearls. And then we show these sprites everywhere. And then we can say, we can show it in any way. So, for example, we could say we show this sprite things like in our little talking bubble. We're gonna have like images, like you need 1 this, maybe the 1 is not necessary. Then I don't know this, like so it is like a top to bottom or something, and then maybe like that 2 things. But if we need more, then we probably wanna increase the size of the bubble, and then we go, let's say, maybe left to right, like so. Could be, okay, we need a cookie base, then we need, well, as I show it here, and the bubble just need to resize automatically based on how much items there are necessary for the cookie to be produced. So we could make a base, 2 times chocolate chips or whatever, 1 silver pearl, then a base, then another something, and then maybe some, I don't know, whatever, chocolate glued over, I don't know. Whatever we get, how far we can get with that. And so we have like an order list. We can literally take the same list and just show the sprites in the order, how the order has to be fulfilled. So that sounds way more flexible for me. And we can literally, each recipe just gets another scriptable object which just has an ingredient. Let's create this. I believe it's going to be way better than the area or the piece I just created here. So we go to scripts, recipes, and what we can now do is create another script and name this one as cr_ingredient. Because it's easy to handle scriptable objects, or easier as anything else, we just drag them into a list and we are good to go. We can now go and create hundreds of ingredients in a no time, literally. Then we can showcase them into this order bubble. So we can take any information we need, literally. I'm gonna have to close my monodevelop and reopen the str ingredient which we need to put in some more content. So an ingredient is basically nothing else than a recipe, but it has, of course, a different stats or different things. I wait until my mono behavior has been loaded correctly, meaning I wait until both of these words are bluish, or whatever this name is. Can get rid of start and update, but I need to wait until everything has been loaded, otherwise it's going to probably give me some issues here. So there we go. So this one is going to be type of str, like a scriptable object as we had before, and we want to make sure that we use create asset menu for this one as well. And we're gonna go for file name. I could just name it a new ingredient, and then we want to have or want to use the menu. The menu name is part of cookie, but instead of recipe, we're gonna use, I believe the comma is wrong here. Does it? Quote, comma, and here, menu name, cookie deluxe, and in this case, we are going to use ingredient. And then afterwards, we're gonna close with semicolon. And there needs to be another, this is wrong here, like that. So what we now can take is, well, what do we need? We need a sprite and probably a name. We don't need an amount. Whatever, icon. If we want to, we can also say we want to have a name, like or a description. Well, but a description not really necessary, so we can say ingredient name. Like that. So we just need to drag in icons and ingredient names, and we can say if the client is talking to us like with a little bubble, we can also show the name if we want to. Not necessarily, but well, who knows what we need this for later on. The recipe itself now needs to be, let's say, a bit different. Since recipes or ingredients cannot be anything, and instead of having a cookie base and cookie toppings separately, we just say, okay, we want to have a cookie, let's say, or ingredient list. That's basically what we want. Ingredients list for this one specific, ingredient. I'm gonna cut this out or copy that and put this into some little something, because I may or may not use that. And now I can create a new public list of type str underscore ingredient. Open close. Actually, we just give it a name, ingredient list or ingredients. Looks good. Let me name it ingredient list is equal to new list of type str ingredient, open close parentheses, close the line with a semicolon. The cool thing now is we can take or create hundreds of different scenarios and recipes to create multiple scenarios for cookies. We can also automate that. We can, create some cookies on our own. I'm gonna keep this list on here so we can create some new ingredients over there. I create a new folder for ingredients themselves. Put in the str ingredients in that as well. Not needed, but why not? So we need to let the compiler run and need to close this one because it is overriding it and giving us headaches later on otherwise. Now we can go to Cookie Deluxe and say we want to create a new ingredient. And now we can say we want to create a cookie base. We can give it a sprite. We can give it a name, base, if needed. Probably it's not needed, and later on we just put the visual inside. Now we can, for example, duplicate this, Control D, just rename this, F2, which is going to be, let's say, caramel. We can give that a name as well, or we just keep it empty for the moment because we haven't done anything yet. We can duplicate this one and name this one Crumbles. Duplicate, Control D, rename this one to be Silver Pearls. Silver Pearls. We can also later on read the name of the ingredient. This one here is going to be chocolate chips, and so on. So in that case, or in that way, we can create hundreds of thousands of different things. Now when it comes to the recipes themselves, I can keep that in here. I'm gonna rename this to be Choco, or let's say simple Choco cookie. Not really necessary to name it that way. Now we have an ingredient list, and we can now drag in any type of ingredients I want to. For example, first things first, I scroll down a bit, so I have a list here. And what I want is, at first I want to have a cookie base. I can just simply drag it into there. Then I can say, okay, the next one I want to have is some caramel. And then I want to have chocolate chips, or maybe 2 times chocolate chips. So now we have a super simple recipe with just dragging and dropping some of them as scriptable objects into another scriptable object. which are just data holders literally, and now we can read the data directly from an ingredient directly over here. So we can loop through the ingredient list and show all the sprites, for example. And we can do a bunch of other things as well. Probably we don't need the recipe icon later on, but we don't know. Okay, so we got now a simple Choco cookie, and we can, the fun part is we can just duplicate this. We can say triple or double shock, or double decker, I don't know if that is even double decker Choco. So what we can do is we can put even more cookie bases, like maybe another cookie base in as being here, like after caramel double choc, then a double one. Now we have a double cookie, or put something on top, like maybe more chocolate chips. And now we have already two created simple created recipes, which we can now use and read from and put into any of them guys, like everybody who gets spawned over here. So the next thing is in our in our spawn manager, not, but in the one who is going to handle who is going to have what, I'm gonna create a new empty first. And I'm gonna name this one order manager. If you want to help yourself out, you can also put some dashes, like so. And if you need even more space, you can also create empty game objects which only contain just dashes. It doesn't matter where they are. You can just simply reset them here so they are not in the way. So for example, you can put some of these things. Just rename this and so you don't have this one over there. You can just use them as spaces. Like for example, I want to have all my management things between them spacers here, and you can create any type of spacers you like in place, just to see where are the important things. What you can even name them, like, okay, here are all the managers inside. For example, you're gonna take the middle here and say managers. And then you hit enter and all the managers will just follow up in between. And then you can say managers end, for example, just to have a bit more organized hierarchy panel if needed. It's not necessary, especially not for a super small project, but for huge ones, this might be an interesting order thing over here. So, well, this is up to you, if you want to use something like that or not. So we need the order manager to order our managers, or manage our orders this way. So I'm gonna have an order system created already. In here we got the recipe list. So in our recipe list, we're gonna go to recipes, and we can now drag in all the recipes we have created, like these two. And now our NPCs, whenever they get created, they can pick from order manager or for the order system's recipe list and take any random recipe from them, if we let them to do that. To do that, of course, I need to go back into my scripts folders in the NPC and uncommand the first recipe order in the start function, so we can read from it directly whenever we have picked it. So how can we do this is, well, we go to NPC in the start line and uncommand recipe. So we don't get any argument out of range exception anymore, or even null reference exception, because now order manager is in scene, which hasn't been done before we actually tested this one out. Now we shouldn't get any null reference exception whenever the first piece or first guy is going to be created, and he should be able to pick a random recipe. To check this out, we could go into them and do open the debug mode over here. We should be able to see what the recipe is chosen. So this one here is a simple Choco cookie. This guy has a simple Choco cookie. This one has a double decker. This one has a simple, and this one has a double decker. So easy to follow, I guess. So they are picking automatically from the random order list, from the order manager, which we now have here, and just pick any random ones. So the bigger the number, or the bigger the, let's say, amount of recipes we provide, well, they are going to pick from it, and so we get even more mixed recipes over there. I make a little voice break. I'm back in like 2 minutes. Okay, so let's continue. The order now needs to be visualized, as well as we need to take the order anyhow, like from the NPC directly, or So we need to a button, or B, I'm gonna put this icon a bit here so it's more like where it's supposed to be, I guess. I may need to think about in the order system directly, like how to take the order, how to perform. Performing is another thing, because we only have like one bowl in which we can produce the cookies, and how we can fulfill the orders in the end, like when we press the bell button, when when we are done with collecting all the things, putting all the stuff on top of each other. Like for example, if we say double shock this one here, this piece or this icon or image, let me pretty quickly normalize the view. Like for example, if that would contain the chocolate chips, we need to know, or this icon needs to know that this is a type of chocolate chips. So we just need to know how can we handle these, so we know, or whoever knows, that we just currently have selected this ingredient. So each of them buttons need to know about their own ingredient. Like this one needs to be maybe the cookie base. This one here might need to be some water or a caramel, whatever. And depending on what the graphics later on are going to look like, we are going to visualize the content from a button A to B to C and so on. So and we need to know that these ones have to have the corresponding scriptable object, so we can later on compare, like when we fulfill the order and when we ring the bell, then we can see through like what's the current order and what is the fulfilled order, whatever we have implemented. And if we do a mistake, then we will get like a score, like a negative score or something like that. So for that scoring system, we might need to take a look into sorry about my mic, sometimes it's a bit quiet. For the scoring system, we just need to think about how we want to do all of that scoring later on in the order manager. Like when we have like constantly everything is wrong, well, then it just falls apart. Or maybe the cookie base can be anything, then and we don't deliver the cookie base, then we get like negative score, or they just don't like us anymore or whatever. And also we need to implement a timer to what we have, the time to fulfill these orders. Like, and when we need too long because we don't know which icon to press or whatsoever, and however we want to handle that we are losing points as well. Or maybe something like a social score or extra tips or something like that. I don't know yet. Okay, so what we need to we need to wait until some NPC is at this position, and he needs to show us something, I guess. Maybe we need to have a button here to, let's say, hey, take the current order, and then we're gonna get this talking bubble. So he literally talks to us. So we click the button, get the talking bubble about the recipe he wants. And once we got this, is the question how we do this. Like, how do we perform it, and what do we do with this talking bubble? Do we keep the talking bubble here, or do we put this onto a sheet of paper, which would just namely need more, or would need more work? Or we just keep the talking bubble online and wait until now we just need to fulfill the order. And then like a timer starts, let's say 30 seconds or whatever. And if we do not perform quite well, then we can just say, okay, we get rid of the order. Or the client is leaving and gives us negative feedback or whatever, I don't know. So that's the question now. How do we do this? Like, if somebody is here, we want to activate a button in which we can say, hey, give me your order or take order. Then we get the bubble, and then, well, we can put the bubble or the content of the bubble somewhere. Or we just keep it open. And if we take too much orders, then we don't know what the order is we got before. Or we just overwrite the other order, and then the people will just run away. Which means we're gonna go bankrupt or something like that. I don't know. So let me prepare the bubble. The bubble is something specific because it is like a chat bubble which need to fit any ingredient as being an icon or something inside this bubble. So we need a horizontal layout group, which is ordering and resizing based on the amount of content. We're gonna take a look into this amount of content inside this bubble. Like if there's one icon inside, well, it's okay. if there are like 3 icons, but also if we have 10 icons, then we want to make sure that we can see them all. And probably after a good amount, well, we may need to put something in between. I don't know yet. So what we need is at first a image. We can name this one bubble or ingredients bubble or whatever. We can put this wherever we want to, as long as it is inside the canvas system itself, because it's based on that. So it also takes always the same position. So next one on this one bubble is we need the sprite. We can, we got this already. We created this beforehand, or I did. And now I can, stretch that and can put in any content I want, as long as it fits anyhow inside this. Looks good. And we can position this one like we can now see first if like where the head of the first customer is going to be, and when he would talk, like where would this bubble be. And so for me it should be maybe somewhere here, so it's rather at the top. If the bubble is too huge, I can resize that later on as well. Like, when these borders are too roundish or something. But that looks kind of okay. So maybe a bit down. Now we can say, okay, we want to fit, or we want to resize that bubble based on whatever is inside the bubble. Now the question is, how do we do this? I believe I have done something similar already. Let's put in an image. And for the bubble, maybe I can say we don't want to fill the center, so we probably see something at least. No idea if I can anyhow reduce the border size, but I don't think so, because it is part. Let me make this one a bit more grayish, so we see like layer wise where that is. So whenever we stretch the bubble, that the image is going to be, or the horizontal layout group is going to resize literally automatically here as well. Let me pretty quickly take a look where I created that, probably beforehand, or I was writing an article behind or about that somewhere, I guess. So, but sometimes I just can't remember what I've done there. How to, let's say, structure all that content. So I just go and take a look. Let's see if I find this on one of my original posts somewhere. I can't find it, so let's just test it out. Oh, I didn't want it to move that. So what I know is we need some object which needs to stretch. And so basically it's maybe like this is going to be my internal stretchy something. And this needs to fit all the sub images which are hopefully going to be inside that. So something like this is like SP1, and then we later on put more in that. So I'm gonna tint this, and let's say it looks like, I don't know, 50 times 50, which is okay for now. So if I have like multiple of that, then I know that I need a horizontal layer group to fit all them without changing width, but height is okay, or literally accordingly. For a text box, if I would have this box here, and I would say I would have a text inside. Where is it? UI text. And I would like to change the size of this thing based on the text. That's how the chat bubbles are going to work. Then we need to have some kind of a content size fitter, which let's try that out. So basically this needs to be a content size fitter in here, I guess, which needs to have a minimize preferred, I believe, minimum size. I just assumed that. I just want to test it out, but what we can now see is that it fits horizontal, but it does not fit vertical. And seems to be the wrong setup here. So that was something I knew, and how that should work according to the amount of text which is inside. But maybe the content size fitter here is wrong. Maybe the text needs to have a content size fitter. Which does not do anything at all. So yeah, I just need to check it out. But first off, I want to see something else. So my character artist already has some basic shapes for the first character kinda done. It looks pretty good. So before I go and implement that, I need to go and fiddle out what the issue is with that content size fitter stuff, which which is the most important thing over here. Why is that so important? Well, if we have again a long scenario and I wanna make sure that this is always fitting inside this box, then I need to make sure that the bubble is going to be correct. I'm gonna be back in a moment. Just wanna have a quick talk to my designer girl. Okay, guys, we are going to continue with, well, still we are working with or I need to work on the order system. And this chat bubble, I still haven't found the bubble system yet, so probably I'm gonna go and just take a second look here. I mean, it can't be nowhere. It should be somewhere. And probably I find something I've done before. I believe I haven't done this on YouTube yet, so let's see. Maybe I find this rather quick. We need, what I need is actually literally a dynamic text box or expanding bubble, where we are using once again this content size fitter elements. Anyhow. And this is based on content which has to be inside this bubble. So whatever the bubble could be. And maybe I can fiddle around that thing. So let me try this again with the image as well as with a chat or text box or whatever has to be there. Probably it's based on the space of the chat bubble. So we don't need like an extra element over here, but we maybe need to have an extra or any of them elements over there. So what do we need is, at least we need a horizontal layer group. I guess that's what we want to start with, horizontal layer group. And we want to center this one out, so it is going to hold all the SP1s in this particular case in, let's say, a row and in the center. So the actual child alignment should be middle left, I guess, or probably we need to use some padding from the bottom, since the actual item over there should be, well, more like, as I say, in the middle. So maybe I can make a bottom offset or padding like 51 something pixels, and maybe also from the left something like maybe so. If I now put another one, like in here, it's going to take the full size, of course, of the bubble. But that is not really what we want, or what I want. So again, I guess I need to say child control size might be wrong or not. I believe I just need to have child control size, width and height. Maybe child forces expand. No idea if these two are really necessary over here, since they are just resizing my content based on the size of that. So instead, I might go and rescale them one down again, just in case, and see if I can put their sizes again back to, let's say, 100 by 100, just for the sake of testing. Maybe it's 200 by 200 or something. Like so. So the next one might be the content size fitter, which also have to be on the bubble itself. Let's hope and pray that this is going to happen. Content size fitter. And we need to horizontal fit at least to be probably preferred size. So if I put in like 3 of them, we're gonna see the bubble is expanding, but the distance between them is too high. So this left padding is not the padding I'm actually looking for, it seems. So there should be some spacing anyhow in between those those items, which I want to make maybe like that, so a negative spacing at all. So I have some in-betweens, and if the size is smaller of them items, so I don't resize them like that, but let's say we're gonna use 150 by 150 in sprite size, then of course the spacing could be higher. Like so. Also, I might be able to resize the bubble a bit. That is actually what I haven't seen yet, that the bubble is resizing on its base. So maybe I am able to resize the bubble size literally to something so it fits maybe more the item size later on. So I can freely change that. And if I put more items, the bubble is resizing. There's one flaw to that. My bubble point over here is not going to do this from left to right. It's doing this from the center. So when I got like this bubble here, I may go and choose the pivot point to be at 0. I'm not quite sure if that is making any sense. But if I now do this, it resizes to the right. Pretty nice. Literally, if I want to go for a specific amount, let's say I have a need for more sizes, or for a bigger size over there. So maybe we are literally stuck on a specific amount. Let's say this is the biggest amount at all. Then I should be able to put this in a second line. So, but that is only working with a grid layout group instead of a horizontal layout group, which would be fine as well. And that we could say, okay, the amount, like the column amount, should be this and that, and the rest is going to be whatever. I'm gonna fill center here again, so it looks more like it should. So what we need to do is whenever we say, hey, take the order, we're gonna be able to put in, or we should be able to put in them objects. We need to instantiate a new object based on that and put in the correct sprite in the image component. For example, if we have like you need to put in salt or something, then we get like this image over here, which is of course, or which has to be of course, aspect ratio needs to be taken in place over there. So probably I need to handle that a bit separately, like where I have just this main size object, which just has whatever color background, and then on this I'm gonna put another image, like as a child object, which just stays in its aspect ratio, which would be okay here as well. So that is pretty much done, I guess. So now I could, if I want to, create some placeholders for the sprites and see if all of that content works. So we can now resize that chat bubble, or actually this ingredients bubble, based on whatever we got inside. Like if we have 3 ingredients, then it's going to do this, otherwise it's doing more. There's one more thing I don't like, is the distance. Well, this distance from the left is okay, but the distance from the right, maybe I'm gonna give it a bit more so it looks a bit more as it, or how it should. So we got a little spacing in between, which is fine. Later on we're gonna have maybe some slot graphics or something similar. We can also select them all and use one of the squares over here. So we're gonna have something to work with. And so we we can get this stuff together. I just do some screenshots for my colleague here. So she gets the idea what I'm currently doing here as well. So what else? Well, now we need to pick from the actual customer or the NPC. We need to gonna pick the graphics and put them into this placeholder here, literally, so we can fulfill the order later on. Also, each of them buttons over here, they need to be clickable, and we need to, based on that, we're gonna put whatever whatever the order could be over here. We need to put them in order onto this or into the bowl. And once we do that, or once everything is done with that bubble fill up, we're gonna ring the bell. And then there comes like maybe a little screen or something, or pop-up, which shows the score, the final score of whatever you have baked, if that is correct the way it is. And so we can literally, I can do some basic graphics over here. And yeah, I go and I create some simple atlas just for some of them ingredients. And maybe I'm gonna do this also in white, so I can just put anything over there, put some sprites, and just tint them with any color, just simple images or something like that, so we can see what could be in a particular order and at one particular stage, I would say. So what you need is the cookie base. Then I need, well, then I need some things like some topic or topping. Gonna go with none here. Maybe we have some caramel sausage or something like that. Which I can just paint by hand. And the fun part is we can put this into any color later on as well. So just fill it up. So, and bring this to the side. And then we need some crumble or anything, and some chocolate pieces, whatever. We can also, I can just paint them like, I don't know. Like this. Gonna make them one object, so I can just say object group, and so I have an extra item here. I need to make sure that they are filled white, so I can tint them with any color I want to. I can also get rid of all the outlines, since they are literally not necessary. And then we can also say one of them, maybe you know that things, like some colorful some things like reds and greens and blues. just copy them and put them randomly somewhere. Maybe not the same direction, close to each other. Then we can say, okay, we're gonna take 2 or 5 of them and make them green instead. Maybe blue. Maybe 2 can be yellow. And 2 green. Oh, that looks pretty okay. Put them also in one object or group of objects. And so we got literally 3 toppings already. And this is for testing purposes, this is more than enough. I can also put one of them silver pearls, whatever these pearls are going to be. Like we can put stuff here on as well. Could be literally anything. And we can also take, instead of such a good cookie base, which currently is more like a bread or something, or flat cookie, we could also use something like those what is it called? I don't know. This people kindish, or any other kind of bottom base. So we are not limited to one specific one or something like that. We can literally put in any base over there. So for example, if we want to go and take a tree as a base, we can do so. So we literally do, you know, do some simple shapes. Like Christmas tree, maybe like, I don't know, that. And we don't need to tint it, but we need 2 sides. So I duplicate this one, bring them next to each other, and just connect them as they should be connected. And then we can bring them onto the bottom as well. First off, I want to make sure that I unify them or union them. Then rotate it by 90. Then make it a bit flat, so it's more like I don't know, another cookie base here. And then we need to see or check if all the other pieces are fitting the base. Like when somebody is taking this one, that this, for example, matches the same size if we go and lift it up. So it matches on top of this cookie. But I don't go this far. Literally, it was just for testing purposes. Again, I can make them things here colorful. I can make them white. So I can tint them literally into any color I want to. But I believe that is pretty much okay the way it is. I don't know if I have grouped them, so I just group them again, just in case. So I have them all separated, or actually all grouped up. And so with that kind of things, I can just start to fill some cookies with some random things. And I can make these things here already brownish, so they are standing for that. Once again, it's not really necessary. This one is a light brownish, I guess. Caramel. What is caramel? Maybe, I don't know, maybe that. Maybe this one is a bit darker. Yeah, why not? So the cookie base, once again, could also be any type of color. I can make this more like a something like that. I can also tint them in Unity, so it doesn't really matter how I literally do all of that stuff. So this can be a texture atlas just for the cookies. I just want to make sure that all of them are not intersecting any other graphics, and auto slicing will be literally disabled. So we need to do this I need to do this by hand, because otherwise it would auto slice literally any single graphic over here. Just select them all. and need to pick a folder where all my content is going to be inside. So I have a prototype cookie atlas, and I want to make sure that the size is still a bit at least huge, so maybe like 250 or maybe a 400 in the width, so we get at least something, even if it's not much, but some quality, even if it is a prototype. We need to make sure that this is a multiple one. Apply the changes. Now I can go and slice them. So to do that, I can just simply drag new pieces, like so. I can put any size I want to. The graphics are a bit weird here, but that's okay. For prototyping, that's more than enough. Gonna make the silver pearls, and then we are good to go. I could even go and rename them. I apply the changes so far, so they're gonna fit hopefully all onto the cookie, depending on the size, of course. So now I can close that, and now I have the atlas done, so I can pick the cookie base, the caramel, the whatever flakes, the cookie splits, as well as some pearls, whatever. Now I can fill the sprites with the the ingredients with these things. So for example, caramel over here, I can just pick this piece over there, and this is now the caramel. Once again, the ingredient name currently is not necessary. Gonna have the chocolate chips, which are these things. Gonna have a cookie base, which is going to be this one. Then I have the crumbles, which are going to be this ones. And then I have the silver pearls, which are these. Okay. Now, since I got this, and all these have now the information about all the sprites which are necessary to fill all these things, we can now create a take order button here to take the order from the current. This is a fun part, gonna be interesting, from the current client. So who's the current client actually? It's the one who is at the zeroth current NPC, I guess. The zeroth current NPC, so the very first one which just entered the door at the first time. Once we get rid of him, since that is using a list, once we get rid of him and delete him, or get him out of the way, kind of, the next item should be, again, number 0, so the order from the next client, literally. And then we need to compare and see if that really matches so far. So how can we do this? Well, at the very first place, I would just see where we gonna start. The NPC knows its recipe because it's taking it automatically whenever it gets created, which is cool. So we instantiate it, we create it, we pick any recipe, so we know all the sprites. What we also know based on the recipe is the order. So we just, whenever we pick, to visualize that, we need to send the stuff we request into this chat bubble. And once we got there, in this chat bubble, we need to instantiate an object, like, one of them images, which contain the corresponding sprite, whichever is requested. And since we know the sprites, we can just pass them directly into the items or into the item slot. So we need two things. We need a connection to the chat bubble, as well as a script, which is, grabbing all this content to understand what's going to be inside, or how we actually fill new items in the corresponding chat bubble piece, like in the horizontal layout group. Basically, it needs to be just part of the chat bubble. Also, we want to maybe whenever we click on the bottom or on the button to take the order, maybe we want to make some animation so the things are popping in like one in a half a second interval or a 1 second interval, like item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever, and then ta-da, that's it. Let's go. And then we're gonna have the timer to be started, which needs to be rather short. And then we have to have the clickability onto the items to put them into the actual order. So I guess the order system needs to take care of that, kind of. So it takes any order from the current client, so they are first off getting some random, then it gets it back, and once it gets it back, it's like the current order. So I can create a new SCR recipe, so the one we just need to be fulfilled, and then to showcase and show up into the chat bubble. So the chat bubble needs to have a connection to order system, or vice versa. So we can pass in all the sprites we need and create new, let's say, images or prefabs from this item container. So we can say current order or current recipe. Yeah, current order basically it is. So this is the current order. We need to store that information over there. And once that arrives, we need to have the possibility to clear the order. Like, we need to know when it is completed or done or whatever, so we can talk to the order system. Like whenever we ring the bell, which means, hey, see if the current order matches the input order, or the order which has been inputted. So we need to have some kind of a placeholder order as well, like a temporary order or something like that. So which is the input order? Maybe I'm gonna name this input order. The downside is we cannot directly, we need to instantiate literally a new SCR, which is not going to be the same way as normally instantiating. We need to do that for scriptable objects directly. There's a specific call for instantiating scriptable objects, which we will stumble upon anyway. So I'm going to create a public take order, which is going to be of type void, which is going to come from the button. So take order. So from button. And to take the order, we just, not quite sure if we want to do this directly from the button at this point. Because what we now need to do is we now need from here, we need to talk to the spawn manager first, grab the current the current NPC. Yep, that's what we need to do. We need to grab the current NPC, which is on element 0, sitting on element 0. And then, once that is done, I grab the recipe from that first NPC. So we need to talk to the first game object in the list and take the current NPC's recipe, and take it into the order system and place it into the current order as a placeholder. That's the first step, I guess. So if you have trouble with completing stuff, or when you have trouble with remembering the order, what you need to do, you can always comment out things. So something like, the very first thing is we need to get the recipe from the first NPC in Spawn Manager. That's the very first thing. Once we get this, we can store that. Basically, it's one step. Store that in current order. And show it in the bubble. Like, for example, this is possible, not necessary, like a typewriter. It's a rather simple thing, nothing fancy overall. Just using a coroutine and loop through, take a second or two before iterating through the next. Something like that. So we need to have a connection to the bubble. And this is how we take an order. And this, when this comes from a button, which is going to pop up only if there's somebody at the last spot. If the last spot is taken, so somebody is at this point, then we can take the order. Let's try. First off, we need to create a function for our spawn manager, so we can read the current NPC's order. So current NPC 0 spot. Public void. And this is basically, we could directly return the recipe, the SCR recipe, so the scriptable object recipe. Do we return this somewhere else here? Nope, we don't. Okay. So get current recipe, something like that. And what we need to return is current NPC list in square brackets 0. So the first element in this recipe list. In here we need to get the component of type NPC, because this is a game object list, and in here we want to return the recipe, this one, I guess. So we can read it directly out of the slot, and we're gonna check what return recipe does. Well, it returns the recipe directly sitting on the NPC. So pretty good, everything performed correct and at the correct spot. So whoever is calling this just calls the NPC and take the returned recipe over there. But we only get this from the very first item inside the current NPC list. In the order system, we want to say our current order is going to be equal to spawn manager dot instance get current recipe, open close parentheses, close the line with a semicolon, and so now we got it. We take it out of the spawn manager. We already store that inside current order, which is okay. So we have done this literally in one step, so we don't need to catch it first and then place it inside. We can directly place it inside. So literally this part comes directly behind it, like that. And now we can go and loop through. Show it in the bubble is kind of weird, not too much information, so we need to loop through the complete recipe list and instantiate ingredients in the bubble. And the horizontal layer group and so on and so forth is going to do the rest for us. So showing it as a typewriter, well, is basically we can put the coroutine directly over here and just loop through by using some yield return wait for half a second or something statements. So we don't need to take a look into that too much, and we can do like we just add them one after another, whatever the result is going to be. We can use a for or for each loop, basically both work. And a coroutine gives us the possibility to give it or put in some kind of a typewriter effect. Before we do this, I want to create the slot so that it contains another image inside, which is just transparent in the background, but takes our cookie and so on and so forth based on the size over here and keeps perspective the aspect ratio. To do so, I literally can take or get rid of all the other ones. And in here in SP1, I'm going to rename this. It's going to be our ingredient slot. And this ingredient slot needs another UI image, which we can literally stretch over. Is there a possibility to? Yep, that's good. Gonna make it maybe this size. And let's assume we have a cookie base inside. But you can see it stretches it. So we need to make sure that preserve aspect ratio is going to be correct. So correctly set it up literally. So the anchor points are stretching with the size of that. So this one is literally looking at the outer side. And basically I can get rid of this image again because the aspect ratio setting should be stored. Now I go to prefabs and take the ingredient slot and bring this over here because we're gonna have to instantiate this depending on how much ingredients we got. So what we need to do is we need to have a connection from the ingredient slot to this image to show the correct ingredient. So what we can do is we can instantiate that, and then we can say we want to go and take the next image component in children, like in the children of this ingredient slot, to fill in the corresponding sprite. So how do we do this? Well, I would once again create a coroutine, an IE numerator, and say we name this one fill bubble. We could also do let the bubble do this, but I don't know if that is even necessary. But we need a connection to the bubble, so probably we're gonna create a new game object, which needs to be public, so we can drag it in. Public game object. Gonna name this one bubble. Usually I use small letters in the beginning. So when we want to fill the bubble, we need to loop through the current order, and we need to call this coroutine when we take the order. So in here we just need to say start coroutine. And then we just say fill bubble. Open close parentheses, close the line with a semicolon. In here we just say we want to loop through all the items inside a current order. So for int I is equal to 0, while I is smaller than current order. And now we need to go and take a look into the ingredient list. This is the one we are interested into. And since it's a list, we want to say .count. So this is the size we want to loop through. So since that can be relative, like one can be 3, one can be 10, we always need to take the count in consideration. So now we loop through the complete current order ingredient list.count, and meanwhile we do so, we want to instantiate a new piece and put this into the bubble. So when we instantiate that, we also need to know what to instantiate. So in that case, we're going to say public game object ingredient prefab. Close the line with a semicolon, so we can now put this one in here. So what we want to do is we want to say we want to instantiate a new game object with a big G. New, we name this one new slot or something. Instantiate open close parentheses. Inside we want to say, what do we want to instantiate? Well, we want to take the ingredient prefab. Now we can define what the parent object should be. In this case, it should be the bubble. And then we can say world space or whatever I said, local space. In here we need to say bubble.transform, since that requests a transform. So now we instantiate this, it places this one automatically inside. There's one flaw. To this. Later on, when we want to reuse the bubble, we need to delete all the child objects which are inside the bubble before we actually go further. So we have two possibilities, I guess. We can loop through all the child objects directly, like each transform object inside, and get rid of it. But that needs to be done recursively, or I believe it needs to be recursively, or we just hold a reference of each of them new slots inside the order system, then delete all the objects if the list amount is bigger than 1 or bigger than 0 actually, and then like the list size is bigger than 0, and then we delete them just using a for each or for loop. That's one possibility to probably, which is the easiest one. So we just put a clean up somewhere. That's one thing we might need to take in consideration, might be when the game object is invisible, which will happen. Maybe I'm gonna use the alpha system, so we don't need to deactivate the bubble, but we just hide and unhide the bubble. What we now need to do is we need to fill in the image. So inside new slot, we need to get a component in children. Get component in children. Get component in children, and the type is going to be image type. Probably we need to implement the namespace for that, which looks like it. And then here we want to set the sprite, and the sprite is going to be equal to the current order dot ingredient list in square brackets, and now we're gonna go take I as a parameter dot, and in here we should have an icon, this one, and this one is the one we want to show inside the image component. So I'm gonna go to quick fix and add the namespace using Unity engine.ui, so I can use that. And since I want to have this typewriter something, I want to say yield return, like after the first item has been created, yield return new, wait for seconds, and let's say I want to have something like a 0.5f. I don't know if that is a good or bad thing. Maybe we need to make it faster later on, I don't know. Pretty good. We should be able to just get rid of the ingredient slot. I don't deactivate the bubble yet, but later on it should be easy just to use the canvas group to reduce alpha, which hopefully also drags all the parameters or all the other content with it. And now I need a button, which is anywhere here in my canvas UI button. So just a simple one. And maybe I'm gonna use the Text Mesh Pro button, which is a bit more, let's say, beautiful. I'm gonna have to import the TMP essentials for this one, which should be rather quick here. Just need to restart my my coding overview here, because it changes a bit things here and there, and it may give me some issues. Good night, Erol. Have a good one. And we can place the button wherever we want to. And the button text is something like take order. Doesn't seem to fit, so I just go and reduce the size of this button, at least a bit. I don't know where to put it, but I wanna unhide this one automatically when the new client is going to be there. So in the onClick event, we need to put in the order manager. So we say plus. We place the order manager in here, and we want to go order system and say take order. I'm gonna open this one once again, and we're gonna see that I need a bubble as a game object, and we need an ingredient prefab. So we're gonna take ingredient slot prefab. Gonna save the scene. And this is another thing. I'm gonna rename this one to take order button or something, just to take order button. This one is the one I need to connect the spawn manager to. So whenever the last spot is taken, then we can take order, and if that is not the case, then we cannot take the order. Also, maybe if we could take a next order, we want to maybe override the current bubble, and the client which currently waits, or the NPC, is going to go home and is not that much happy. Yep, that sounds pretty good so far. I'm gonna rename my door here to be spawn manager, so I know where it is. And I need a connection in the spawn manager to this one particular button to, let's say, enable and disable functionality or interactability, something like that. To do so, I need to open the spawn manager script once again. And now I'll go spawn manager, and in here I need to have a connection to the button. Not the button directly, except I want to use the button transform, but at least to the game object itself, which is going to be, you know, only in this one particular scene. So game object, and as you can see, meanwhile nothing has been loaded. I don't get any autocomplete help over here, so I need to wait a bit. Public game object. Order button. Was this or order button? Once again, I just want to have this one to be set active or inactive. So whenever the game starts, I want to say order button dot set active, and I want to just deactivate it. So I just say false. So whenever there's an order possible, because there is a current NPC at the last spot in the boolean here, like if the last spot in the boolean is true, which is, well, which we need to check in the check NPC list probably. So what we can do is just a simple check over here. I'm not quite sure if that is from the timing the correct position, but what we can say, if the free spot list dot count Actually, it's a dot length. So the last item, let's say it is in square brackets, free spot list dot length. Probably I need to decrease it by 1. Yep, I need to. If that item, the last item in this array, is equal to true, like there is somebody, we want to set the order button dot set active to be false. True, actually. Probably we can even implement an else statement to do the opposite. Like if there's nobody at this point, I'll copy this. We're gonna set this one to be false again. So nobody's here, pretty good. No problems with that because we are starting moving to its point, so we don't need to show anything. Let's try that out. I mean, we are calling this already. We just need to connect the take order button to the spawn manager directly, which sits on the door. So I now can take the take order button and bring this in the list here and hit play, and this should unhide or hide, and only unhide once one guy is sitting over here. There we go. So there is the take order, and I can now, you know, try to click this, and now you can see something is popping up there. But it shows the wrong graphics. Why is that? It's taking the base objects, but not this image over here. It does not go deeper. It takes the first first child item basically, and does not take the second one. Doesn't take a look into the second item or icon over there. So basically, it shows it kind of already, but with the flaw. And the flaw, once again, is it takes the wrong icon or the wrong image component, literally. So we take a look into that and see, currently we are going to get the component in children, and it takes the first one it finds. Which means maybe there is another one in children. We got multiple, single. This is multiple. We want to have single. Good question. Maybe I can say new slot.transform. Transform dot get component in children. Let's see if that is the correct one. I don't know. Otherwise, I might need to take a find in children or something like that. We'll see in a moment. Nope. It's wrong again. Maybe I can say get child with an index, like get a child index 1, and then we're gonna go and get the component. Since all the buttons are going to, or actually the graphics, the images, are going to have the same thing. And the child might be the wrong index, or could be the correct one. We don't know. Yep, that's the wrong one. So we need to get the child with the index 1 instead of with index 0 instead of 1, because it's like in an array, the element list starts at 0 instead of 1. Let's see how that works. There we go. Pretty nice. Gonna send this to my little graphics girl, so she can take care of that and now knows how that has to be performed later on as well. And she can do the graphics especially for that in the correct manner and order. The cool thing is, usually I could even automate that recipe creation. Can tell how long this could be. The first item need to be a cookie base, but then the other ones should or could be randomized. So I can literally create hundreds of thousands of whatever amount of different cookie recipes. And so what I now can do is I can define some of these things with the correct images, for example, like just sample images. And I should be able to visualize different things here as well. Oh, I have to press here. Okay, so that was the first cookie one. The other one was a bigger one. If I take another order, you can see now it fills up the same order, the current order, into the same thing, into the same scenario. This is happening because I'm not clearing out any of the child object of the bubble. So before I do that, before filling it up or showing the bubble, which I haven't talked about yet, because currently it's just constantly enabled. And I don't like this. Maybe I'm gonna make it a bit faster, maybe 0.2 or something. We need to clean up all the current new slots created. So what I can do is I can just create a private list here. List of type GO, so game object. It's our ingredient slots list, literally. Ingredients slots list. Equal to new list of type game object, open close parentheses, close the line with a semicolon. And now we can add new slot into this every time we create one. We're gonna do this before the yield statement, so we can say ingredient slot list dot add new slot. New slot. before we're gonna go and fill the bubble, we want to clean the existing bubble if there is anything inside. So we can say something like if ingredient slot list dot count is bigger than 0, and only then we want to do a cleanup. So we loops row all the items and delete. And basically I should go backwards, but I believe it doesn't matter, but I guess I go and delete them in a reverse order. So I is going to be the ingredient slots list dot count -1, and meanwhile I is bigger, I believe, and equals 0. We're gonna decrement I, so it's the opposite order as usual. And now we say destroy. So I'm not pooling them objects. Destroy, well, object doesn't really make it. Is that the correct one? Never used that before. Oh yeah, this is normal one. So we want to destroy the game object, which is sitting in the ingredient slots. So we can say ingredient slots and square brackets I, and that should do it. So we first off delete, and then we create. And literally what we could do is in between here, we can unhide if we want to here. Gonna save that. And now we should be able to pass in the same order if it is the current order or the new order when whenever. Let's try. Gonna take the order. Everything pops up pretty quick. And if I do the same thing now again, it cleans up the list first and then fills in the corresponding order slots. Pretty cool. So now I can refill the whole time with a little typewriter effect. And that's nice. Now I can think about, okay, when I got this order, I can put this guy or whoever is at this position here in front of the bowl and wait for his order or her. So we can do like inputs like, okay, I'm gonna put this into the bowl, this into the bowl, and so on. And we need to just anyhow remember how we put all these items into the bowl. And we can see then I'm gonna go and stack up the actual sprites on top of each other, so we have a full cookie in the end. Like whenever I got the base, I'm gonna make the rest of them child of it. Now I got some data from my colleague here. So some sprites. Hopefully we can use them instantly. Let's see where I got the project. Can I put it directly in the in the textures folder? Also gonna open this one up and gonna unhide. Actually I need to unzip it first. And so I can, for my normal NPC, put some beauty shots or beauty something to be useful, so I can animate the first character and get it to walk to its correct position and resize it and put some bones inside, make some beautiful animations probably, and yeah, test it out. So graphics look beautiful. So there were just some small issues with the graphics, so she has to repair some things here and there. So nothing fancy, just some small snippets are missing. Some pixels are literally transparent, so whenever you work with some graphic guys, lead them into the correct direction so they know where they have to go, and probably update the graphics just a bit more to be more, let's say, cleaned up, so we don't have any blinking through pixels later on, which is absolutely, I would say, absolutely necessary. And so your partner, whoever you're working with, is going to, concentrate also on quality. So just keep that in mind. So she's now correcting the 3 graphics, so I get an updated version of them soon. So I'm gonna get rid of these. And gonna get rid of these because I don't need them the way they are. And now what did I wanted to do? Well, I wanted to go and animate stuff, but now I have to wait some more minutes, which is okay. So meanwhile, I can do unhiding and hiding bubble if needed, if wanted. Or I'm gonna take from the spawn manager side, once I took an order, I take whoever is at this position and bring this to another, let's say, waiting position. So nobody else is able to go to the waiting position. Can also say, okay, this is an extra free spot or something like that, which we can bring over to the movement as well. And if the position is taken, we can say, okay, we can still take a new order, probably because we don't like the current order, but then we need to send the whoever is going to be the one back home, so he has to give us maybe some bad result on the trade or on the order, which should be good to go. We can implement this rather simple, I hope. So how could we do this? Well, first off, I need another spot, another boolean, which is going to be like the waiting spot. And if that is taken, of course, then nobody can move there, or we're gonna throw away whoever is at this point and then take the next order. So we need to tell the spawn manager to bring once the order has been taken and everything has been fulfilled inside the coroutine of the order system. Like after we are done with filling up the bubble, I'm gonna make a command here. Bring the current NPC into the waiting position, and update all the other positions at this point, like updating the NPC list over here. So we get rid of the first NPC in the list, so we just literally deleted, like remove the item from the list, so it's taken away, and which also means we free the spot, and all the other ones are going to get a notice like, hey, you're gonna have to go because, well, you have to. You need to go and fill up the room again, so a bit more people coming in to the spot at this point. So to do that, the spawn manager needs to know about it once the take over or take order function got, and then we need to check NPC list once again and set the order button and all the other good stuff afterwards as well. So in that case, we're gonna see if we can reuse one of them functions over here. So it's not about spawning, and not about getting a recipe, which we do on another perspective. Just deleted the so to take the order, or to take this, it needs to be a public function. It needs a type void, and it's like move to waiting position. Open close parentheses, open close curly brace. So meanwhile we move the character to the position. We need to keep the order, or keep the bubble open, so we know what to do, as well as free the spots. Like free the spot lists, the last item. No, the first item actually should be the one. Or, no, the last item need to be spilled. As well as the first current NPC list item, or field over there. So we know we have taken a spot. So we take current NPC list item I dot. What do we need to do? We need to get component, I guess, of type NPC. And we want to move. We want to start moving. And in here we got the move to. And the move to in this particular case is going to be, well, the vector of the waiting spot. So basically just another transform point or vector point or something similar. I'm gonna make another point, which is going to be maybe our waiting point with a big P. So this is where they'll wait for the cookie. So we take waiting point dot position. No, waiting point. Why do we have a waiting spot? What is a waiting spot? Oh, that's just a boolean, if it is taken or not. Waiting spot, and, well, the index now is interesting. What do we take as an index? We could put in a -1 index. And we need to say dot position, since this is type transform. And in NPC, we need to fiddle around with the last spot here as well. So if the last spot, the one we are just passing in, is -1, we need to handle this one different. So we can still use the move to, but we avoid using current spot or anything like that. And we don't need to update the taken spot. This is the difference, literally. So in that case, we can still update this, but yeah, which is going to do over here, and is moving as true. And now we can say we do the movement, but we only do something like if last spot is equal to -1, the one we just pass in. If that is the case, we need to say equal -1. We don't want to do all of that. We just want to, actually is not equal, basically, not equal to -1. We want to do current spot, like this, and we don't want to report back when we don't have, or when we actually don't have a negative spot over there. Once we are done with that, we do the rest. So if it is a 0, a 1, a 2, everything good. But if it is a -1, like it passes over here, then we don't want to do this. We just want to do the movement to the actual goal, to the actual goal position, which we just pass in here as well. So that's what we want to do. in Spawn Manager, we just say move to waiting position over here by using this piece over there. And then we need to do the order. What we also want to do is we want to set the waiting spot. I'm gonna rename this, I guess. Let's see where rename is. Oh, it doesn't matter. Waiting spot taken. That's what I want to name it. If it is taken or not. Is equal to true. So while that is the case, we may not want to have a clickable take order button, or don't want to put something inside. Or if an order is complete, then we can say, okay, the waiting spot is not taken anymore. Something like that. Gonna make a small voice break and I'm back in like 2 minutes. Okay, so let's go further. So the waiting point is taken. Actually, the waiting spot is taken. The waiting point, maybe I'm gonna rename this again to waiting point taken. But for the moment, it's not really necessary. We want to make sure that we are moving to the waiting position once we are done with showing the order, which we're gonna have here in the order system. So we can say to the spawn manager, hey, spawn manager dot instance dot move to waiting position. And for that, I'm gonna save. For that, I'm gonna go and create a second spot, which I just have here to the door. Gonna duplicate the current one. Gonna name this one waiting spot or point. And gonna, let's say, maybe move it here directly in front of the ball. The spawn manager, of course, needs to know about this point. So I just take waiting spot and put it into waiting point. The distance here in the spawn manager is not really necessary to be seen, the vector 2 or vector 3 here, so I just disable that because it's just in the way and not necessary to be seen. Don't forget to save. So it's getting a bit cleaner. Once again, I can also put in some headers in between. Nothing really fancy, nothing really needed, but if it becomes too crowded, that might be a bit heavy to handle. Gonna get some new items to download. Pretty cool, so I can take a look. Gonna unzip it. Gonna take a pretty quick look. Yep. Okay, let's take a look into skinning this little gully. So we can auto-generate geometry for the complete thing to be seen as a mesh. So we can be as much as detailed as we want to. Probably have some trouble here and there. We can play around with the outline detail as well as the alpha tolerance. And so based on that, there are some snippets in the background. Gonna take a look into the graphics there. Maybe I need to get rid of them. Maybe it didn't got cut correctly. Something seems to be missing there. Gonna revert and double click, check again. Okay, seems to be an issue from Unity. So maybe has some bad habits. So in here everything seems to be fine, but when I go to skinning and say auto geometry, probably it does. The outline detail maybe need to be a bit down or higher. Maybe alpha tolerance. Looks good so far, I guess. So now I can think about how to bone structure the actual bones. So first I can create bones. And I can tell, well, how I want to animate them things. And based on how I want to animate them things, I can define the bone structure directly internally. So we're gonna start, usually when animating, we need to do several things. The very first one is we need a pivot point somewhere in the bottom. So literally we create a bone which sits anywhere here. I don't know what's going on here. Let's see. Okay, I had to click the mesh first. So what I would say is that this is going to be my very first bottom bone, because everything is going to be connected to this particular bone. So we need to have literally a root bone. Then what we need is a pelvis bone. So everything is going to be connected to the pelvis. And when we later on go with, how shall I say, some, inverse kinematics, then it makes sense to have a secondary bone which keeps on doing all the reverse kinematics or inverse kinematics for us. So the pelvis bone could be somewhere here. It doesn't have to have the connection yet. We're gonna connect them later on. But from the pelvis, actually we need to do this on the other one because this one is not really useful. I'm gonna do this on this side. Could be higher, could be lower. Basically not really needed to be super precise. So we could connect them things together, like, well, from here, then maybe to here, to here, to here, and then we could do 2 or 1 step. Basically, it doesn't really matter. We're gonna be able to do the same thing here. Kind of. And we also need a spine and something for the head. And if I like to, let's say I like to, I could also implement even more stuff. So usually a spine is like an S shape, something like that. Then we're gonna have a bit on the neck and we have the head. If I want to do more movement or more stuff, then I can do so by, for example, putting something like here in the head itself, so I can wiggle with that stuff. And if I want to, I can also, from, let's say, this or this bone, use some extra bones for the cape. And from the pelvis, I can also think about, okay, if these are kind of connected, I could say from this one, like I wanna have some movement here as well for these things. So depends on how much implementation I want to have here. I can do something like that, and from here I can, for example, do some extra movements maybe. Maybe something like that. And from here, I believe it's from this bone, we need the shoulder, the elbow, and the hand content. If I want to, I can take from this red one, I believe it should be the red one. I can also make 1 or 2 bones here. So we can put some movements inside over there. And from here, we could also probably use that. Same thing from this one. I'm gonna go from here to wherever the elbow could be, to here, to the palm. Gonna go there and there. And if I don't like that, I probably can also say I'm gonna do a double dip here, and I can also go from here to here and do like an extra something here as well, if I want to. So how that comes together now is we need to connect the root, this one, root bone, which currently is just on its own. We need to make it so that it is basically connected to the hierarchy, to this pelvis point. So whenever it comes later on to movement from this pelvis area, we want to make sure that these are going to connect using IK. And the arms are going to be FK. So forward kinematic and inverse kinematic. So we just need to auto weight them in a moment, but before we do so, I believe there was a list. There we go. So these bones and this bone are like, this is the pelvis and this one here is the root. I can also rename them, I guess. I should be. So this is the root. And this one here again is going to be the pelvis. The other ones literally don't care. But I want to make sure that the pelvis is connected to root. So the root is the everything bone. if I want to preview a pose, I can just play around with these and see who's connected to what. Like, what would be the cape? It's going to be its own thing. If I say I wanna do some movement here, could be done as well. Now we need to wait on, I believe we can just say auto wait, and we can say, hopefully, just generate. Now when we go to preview pose, we should be able to see automatically weighted things. So we should be able to do some weight stretching. Pretty good. Same for the arms. Same for the body. And this way we can fiddle out if something is strange or wrong. We can do something with the cap if we want to. Maybe something with the cape. Well, that doesn't look too good. So maybe we skip that. This one here is rotating everything, which is good. And maybe we need to fiddle around with these graphics a bit here and there, or I'm gonna find a better way. But I can do something here and there. So maybe I'm gonna get rid of the cape bones. And we could also say I believe so, we can move these things into specific areas, which is going to be another interesting piece. Because these bones here are the backside bones, and the other ones are the front side bones. So literally, hierarchically, these have to be in a depth of 1. Well, that's what I assume. So if I select them, they should all be bone 1. And this one here need to be negative, like -1. Or even smaller. So -1. Maybe I can anyhow double click them or multi-select, like so. So all of these need to be -1. They need to be behind the actual body. This one as well. Maybe there need to be a bit more in depth. The legs need to be behind everything as well. Like, well, probably a -1 should be okay for them. Oh, just lost it. Gonna do an undo step. So these bones here and these bones, they need to be -1. They need to be under, I hope so, they need to be under the skirt, under the body, under the head, under everywhere. And these here, not quite sure which one are the correct ones, so I need to ask her. But I believe these ones are the ones which are at -1. The other ones should be -2 because they need to be even behind the other leg. So we don't have any weird intersections. So these ones here need to be -2. Or even below. Hopefully that's the correct order. So if I would now go, meanwhile being in the preview pose and dragging this, this leg Oh, okay, so first off it needs to be like here, and this one here needs to be over. We're gonna see, we should not be able to rotate things or scale things, and should be good to go. And if we say we're gonna fiddle a bit here and there, we can do a bit of a movement. Can even go and take the complete piece over there. The last one here needs to be -2 as well. Okay, we can apply that so far, which looks pretty decent so far, I guess. Literally, I don't really need this piece. So maybe I can get rid of the geometry of this, because otherwise I do have this in scene and it doesn't really makes me happy, I guess. So I can say gonna get rid of all these pieces since they are just not necessary. Apply. Which should be good to go. Now to implement this, we need to make sure that we have a holder for this object. I'm not quite sure if we can actually use that in a canvas. This is something I haven't tested, wasn't aware of before. But I believe we can still do this. So what we now need is some specific something to make this work. So I believe first off we need to put this atlas in here, which is quite small. And we need something in here which is called sprite joint, sprite library, sprite skin, I guess should be the correct one. Beforehand, I want to go and scale this one up. Put this anywhere. Now we should be able to create bones. So we got the root bone, and now we can put like everything into place. And if everything is correct, all the orders from the bones should be correct as well. So like here, gonna make it so that I can see them a bit simple or simpler. So the cape in this case is behind. So maybe I need to tickle this. Gonna put this kind of close to that one. Whoops. And bring this one where it's supposed to be. Need the other leg. And bring this over here. And then we got the root bone, and the root bone is literally what we can use to put it in here. Okay, I'm gonna have a quick talk to her and gonna be back in a moment. Okay, so we have just talked about like everything so far. What I now need to do is I need to implement the fulfilling of an order, as well as what I just saw, the actual movement when this guy is going to do the side step. I need to tell the other guys to recheck the order as well, which means whenever I go sideways, like we are taking the waiting spot, we're gonna do this with the first guy over there. We need to remove him from the list, from the first list, and make sure we remove or we empty out the free spot. And when that is the case, we also need to tell to update, well, whichever taken spot, or in this case we need to check the NPC's list. So currently we start moving here, and meanwhile we do so, or what we can do is once it is done, after start moving, we don't really talk back to the spawn manager because we are literally out of the way. So what we can do is we can talk to the spawn manager by just giving not just the check NPC list or update the taken spot and then do this. We can create a new function which is able to do literally the same thing. It does free the last spot, and in this case we're gonna give it a fixed spot, as well as we're gonna go and take away the NPC from the current list, as well as that's basically what we need to do. So we don't talk to the current guy anymore. To do so, I could create the same function, but with another possibility, like without the last spot argument. So I can say public void update taken spot. I can also rename this or name it anyhow I want to, but I can also use the same functionality. So basically, just without an argument, I can use the same function to call, but without an argument. So what I want to do is the last spot, I wanna make this one empty. In that case, it is going to be the last spot in the list. So free list or free spot list in square brackets dot length -1 should be the last to be set to be false. Also, we want to take the current NPC from the current NPC list in square brackets, and now we're going to take 0 as an index. Basically, we want to remove. We will remove at an index, and the index is going to be 0. So we should just get rid of the current guy over here. And once we do that, we want to also tell to check the NPC list. So we then just copy and paste, save, and in NPC, like when the move is over, we're going to put an else statement over here, which is going to call the new function now without the argument, like so. Update taken spot without an argument, and that should reorganize and refill the new position over there, and also take care of the take order function and stuff like that. Let's see if that works. I press play. Waiting spot taken is never used, which is okay. Can get rid of the question or the things later on. So he moves here, then he moves to the next one, and so on. Now we can take the order. He moves aside, and now the next one is going to come here. And all the other ones should follow, and we should spawn a new one, if possible. We don't know how that could be possible. So what's happening when we take a new order? Well, we take the order from the current one and override the one at this point, which means we probably want to avoid that or send the other one into nowhere. So back home, and we don't get any points at this point. Could be happening here as well. Can do the same once again all over. And now we can take new orders. And so on. So it keeps generating new people. Meanwhile, it's possible. Now I have a bug, which means when I click too often to the take order, it gets stuck or invisible. So I need to take care of that bug, so it's not like stuck at this point later on. When I click take order, I need to instantly remove or disable the actual button, the take order button. Like when I click on this and fill the bubble, I need to deactivate the order button, and the order button is deactivated somewhere else. And I need to pretty quickly take a look where that is going to be. It's inside the spawn manager. So basically, I only do this after the full iteration over here, which means it has to be done earlier, like literally before or whenever I update the taken spot. Anyhow. So probably the easiest one is once the take order function gets called, let's pretty quickly take a look, I should deactivate the button already or instantly. Like not to wait until the very end before or until everything has been done over there and added and so on and so forth. So I'm gonna have to deactivate the button literally instantly. Not just based if somebody is there, which is okay, but if I click it, I need to deactivate it so I can wait and re-enable this later on. So to do this, I guess I need an extra function in the spawn manager to access it, or I talk to the order button directly from order system. So basically when we get the current order and store all of that, we can literally do spawn manager .instance .order button .set active to be false. Should be possible once we click on the take order button. We just need to make sure that this is calling all the rest of the functions beforehand, so probably it's easier or better. We do this after we are starting the coroutine, otherwise we might lose connection. No, we shouldn't. Let's see if that works now, as it should. Take order. If I click it here, it should get disabled, but as we can see, it re-enables it, which is actually probably not a good idea. Means this calculation seems to be rather wrong. Maybe. So we want to enable this one when when we get a true here. But the true we get here only gets true when somebody reaches a new spot, like here, or the next spot. Let me pretty quickly take a look. It's just the first one which is going to give me headaches, it seems. No. It does it constantly. So, where is the point, or the correct point, to set this button to be active? I wonder if I can put this in front of here. Maybe that could help. So let's see. If I take the order, it disables, goes here. Now it goes, but it still does not do it 100% correctly. Because it activates it even if the movement has not been done. And only does it after it's done moving. I could put this here because probably this coroutine is holding the button back. I don't think so, but probably. So the first one was working, but this one now took place before it even moved. So what does it do? It fills the bubble, or starts to fill the bubble. It destroys everything beforehand, it fills the bubble, and afterwards it's moving to the waiting position. So probably we should only fill that up once, move to position, So spawn just makes sure that it is moving to the correct position. It doesn't really care about the rest, probably. But maybe the spawn is going to do the hassle or the problem here. Maybe I need to maybe I need to protect it. Maybe it's happening because of the spawn. So I can implement something like a bool spawn or spawned. So we want to only activate that if it's not a spawn point. So if not spawn, only then we want to do this, because otherwise it probably overwrites it. So in here we say it's a false, here it's a false, but in here it's a true. Maybe I can protect it so that it is not double checking and double activating when something gets spawned, which probably is the issue here. Well, that's what I assume is going to be the issue. Let's try. So when I now take the order, it instantly goes and activates it again. I don't know who he is going to take. It's pretty strange. Maybe I'm gonna do the opposite. Try again. So only if it's a spawned one, which doesn't really make sense. So literally only check if there's a new spawned one, then we're gonna show the take order button, which only pops up if there's a new spawned guy over there, which doesn't make sense as we can see. So now we're gonna get only one when there's a new guy spawned, which actually is wrong here as well. So now the question is again, how could I avoid I only free the spot. I only free the spot when I'm done moving. Gonna get rid of the booleans here. Maybe I should free the spot once I'm done taking the last spot. Which means actually when we start moving, when we start to move, we already free the spot. So all of them behind there are going to follow up as well. So we get an empty spot earlier. So this piece here probably needs to be done beforehand. What does the other one look like? It's like removing it from the spot line. So we maybe not wait until we are done with the movement, as we currently are. So we do the stuff here before we actually do the move. I try that. So just flipping the order. So I update the taken spots already, then do the move, and then I'm done moving. But that way we shouldn't be able to take an order when there's nobody at this point. Let's see if that makes any sense. He skipped over one. That's funny. The cool thing is now they're all in line. They are not like separately walking. They are just... And also, yeah, now I need to use the actual boolean I was creating beforehand or implementing beforehand. So we only do this if this is not a spawner. Because this is the only way currently this is going to update itself. But when I do this before I have the move, it doesn't make sense as well. Nope. Because otherwise I don't get the chance to call the function. Because it will always return false before it moves. So this piece here has to be done after moving, because otherwise it's just doing the wrong thing. And this one here, it doesn't matter where it is. So I guess I'm gonna put in the spawn again here. And I guess I do just a return, like if it has been spawned, then we return at this point, so we don't care about the rest over here. Otherwise it will go and continue to reach this rest of the code. So in here we once again say false, or I just try to figure out how I could sort this issue. The first one works correct. No, the second one works correct. Where does it get called, and why is the order so wrong? Hi Profane, good night. Well, what do we have in mind to do? Well, what I try to do currently is, well, I'm creating, or we are creating some kind of a bakery idea over here. So we get some clients from the left, and they are moving to these positions until they reach the order area. Then you can take the order, and they're telling you what type of recipe is going to be needed over here. So whenever I click on take order, it's going to show what the recipe is to be produced. Next one is, once I get this, I'm gonna have some buttons over here which I need to go and try to fulfill the recipe whichever is going to be like in the mind of the client. Once that is done, so yeah, bakery, some cookie bakery. So these things are like, okay, this item is in this piece or in this area, and this item is in this area. These two are probably somewhere here on the desk. So you have to click the correct order from that cookies and put them into the bowl, literally. So you click the item, then click the bowl, click another item, click the bowl, and so on. Probably we also implement some movement, so we are slow at the very beginning, but maybe speed up over time. So when that is the case, we can we need to wait until the guy, our actual whatever character is going to move left and right, up and down. We have also some waiting scenario, like you only have a specific amount of time to complete this order. So you need to make sure that you get the item before you click too fast. So we have some click, we need to go there, we take the item, go back to the bowl and put it in. And also, once that is done, the bell has to be pressed as well, so the client knows, hey, this is your cookie, take it. So I believe it's done, literally, so we need to visualize that here as well. So this is the base idea. And then, of course, the client gives us some score or some rating on the cookie, and then leaves the area later on by just some more waypoints, like one on the top, one outside. So, and this is the base idea, and there are some challenges involved as well, like fairy tale, or we need to implement something with fairy tales, or with bees, or with I don't know, lost and found was another theme the last time or the time before, and also some day-night shift. So we were thinking about, okay, if you have like 5 golden cookies or something like that, that you unlock the day-night shift, or something similar, depending on how the time is going to work for us, because sometimes I got just some trouble. So now I try to take orders, and once I click this button, I want to make sure that I can only click this one literally once, and once I click it, it should be disabled and not disabled and enable. So I have some issues with this take order button over here. So I can take these orders, but the take order button appears too quick, or I can select it multiple times, like so. And these are literally issues. I don't want to see this. So what I need to fiddle out now is where to deactivate this weird button. So beforehand I was doing it directly by clicking on it, but sometimes it's still reactivated even if it shouldn't reactivate itself. And now I try to figure out where the issue is, so we cannot double, triple, quadruple click the actual button, and do not overdo it, and protect, all the hopovers to other clients and so on. So the clients are going to come into the bakery or whatever until here, take order. Literally everything is good to go, but you can see sometimes it's like it's still a flip over. It just goes on and off, on and off, on and off. I just don't figure out where the correct, why does it get activated again, then deactivated again, then activated again. This is something I can't figure out. Well, yet. So when I deactivate it here, it would be okay. So the only issue here is when I check or want to update the NPC list, and it has not been a spawned one, I want to update the buttons here. Like, want to set this one active if the last item or the last slot is taken. Then I want to activate the button so we can take a new order. If I deactivate this, I can't take any order at all, because the take order button does not get activated. Well, shouldn't. So at the very start it disables. And once the first client is going to pop here into the order position, I want to activate it, no matter what the others do. When he goes here to the bowl where he has to wait, until that happens and until the next guy is popping into this position, I want to keep this button deactivated. So this is the issue. And there are two spots to be checked. So actually there's I don't know what's happening if I do not check NPC list, but that doesn't make sense. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. I need to update the next NPC or the NPC list, and I just give it an argument here to say, hey, if it is a spawned one, it don't care. You shouldn't care about the order buttons overall. But also, the order is, once we are starting the move, and once it's done moving, it's gonna come back to check NPC list. Because, well, it got updated because somebody else has done a move. So literally it's like a running in circles, which is okay and fine so far. But it ruins the actual order button activates here. And I just don't get why. Maybe I just need to paint something and try to fiddle out what the order is. So what's happening? I do a spawn, then I do the check which is also doing stuff. So if the check finds a free spot, it does a move, and once the move is done, it does a check again. Literally, that's what's happening. So basically, and meanwhile we spawn new ones if there's a free spot. And somewhere between the check and the move, I need to fiddle around when to take the order. And the order can be taken if the last spot is not actually is taken. So meanwhile the move is running to a spot, whichever spot it is. The take order button should not be activated. But I believe I found the issue, maybe. We have multiple guys to move. I have to be sure that when the last guy is moving to there's another spot over here which is going to be a waiting spot. If somebody is leaving this position, let's say the position number 5, if he's going and move to the waiting spot, not the normal spot, has to be like on this position. If somebody is moving here, that this spot has to be empty beforehand, I guess, like false, like actually this one. But that's what I tested here as well. Probably I should not use order button set active at this point. Maybe I just should free the point beforehand. Like free spot list and square brackets are whatever the last index is, freesport list dot length minus 1 is equal to false. Maybe that makes a bit more sense now. And now I should be able to use this here again. Let's try. Bug fixing is the worst thing. It's hard to get and hard to find bugs. So as you can see, this button was just, it enables itself before it actually can do its stuff. And the next one who is doing its move and is done moving is activating it again, because this one thing here is too late. Yeah, that is too late. So it's just a timing thing. Literally, I should this line of code needs to be done anyhow earlier. Because this check NPC list is going to be called from any other NPC. Literally, like whenever it's done moving or done its move, it still checks, hey, is there somebody at the spot? And before we are actually moving, there is still a little wait in between, because the bubble, the order bubble, needs to be filled beforehand. So we want to fill that. They're going to update and destroy everything over here, create a new bubble thing, do this. It's taking maybe a second, maybe two, depends on the size of the stuff. And at the very end, we're going to move to the waiting position, which is okay. So this order is literally okay. But at the same time, the other guys are doing their movement as well and update their own positions, probably earlier than this one is done over here, which is happening, which seems to happen, because maybe someone in the very end of the road is doing its thing and checks that and still see that there's somebody moving already. So maybe I need to have another boolean in the spawn manager to protect that. So maybe, like, if I have taken an order, like a boolean taken or order has been taken, that it does not or is not be able to update the buttons until taken order is back to false. Why? Yeah, probably that is something I can or have to implement here. I'm gonna keep the line, but just comment it out, since I believe it's wrong to be here. So maybe something like, maybe I can put a bool here, bool, order taken, like that. It's going to be false. When I click on the button, I'm gonna set order taken to be true. And once everything is done and the order has been taken, after moving to the waiting position, I probably can say order taken is equal to false. Maybe something like that. And so here I just anywhere do a request, public a bool order taken. I basically just return order taken. Maybe that makes anyhow sense, I don't know. And in Spawn Manager, I might be able to say if order manager order system dot instance dot order taken we should return at this point as well. Otherwise we can go and take this. Let's see if that works. So it starts without an order taken. Once it's here, it should say, hey, you take my order, gonna take it. No, there's still something fishy. Okay, I need to put a debug line. Or maybe I gonna be able to put the next thing only if I'm done moving. Oh, maybe I can take this and bring this over here. So before I call this, after doing the last move, I should maybe update the order here. So not setting it in here. Need another public accessor for that. Public void set order taken. And set this one here to be false. And in here, when I update this spot here, I can say order system dot instance dot order. No, it's like set order taken, and we should implement something. Well, actually, maybe I'm gonna give it some input, a bool as an input, bool taken, and gonna set this one to be taken. Maybe that makes a bit more sense later on for reusability. And here I just say, okay, false. So maybe I need this from some other point. So when does it happen? When this guy happened to move to the waiting spot here. Only then it should activate, otherwise it shouldn't be activatable. No matter how many other ones are going to request it. So only if this guy is done moving here to the last spot, then we activate this, and then we should be able to perform it. So we're gonna take the order, we go here, now we get the next one, we wait until the next one is there. Pretty good, fixed it, awesome. So I had to trick the order system a bit, so it's literally impossible to take multiple orders at the same time. Awesome. I'm not quite sure where I want to place the bubble. Maybe it makes a bit more sense to have the bubble here. No idea. But it basically doesn't matter. At least not for this particular stage, I would say. Okay, awesome. Gonna save that. Now I need to, I wanna make it so that I can anyhow select items, move the character probably to the selected item, then go to the bowl, bring back whatever he has taken, and then go to the other ones to fulfill the order. So the order system already contains a list for actually a recipe for having an input order, and so I can easily compare the current order and the input order. I can literally put anything I want to, and then compare if they match 100%. Before I can do that, I need a function which is able to catch all the data I'm gonna give it as an input and send it directly into the input order, and of course creates, well, the cookie I'm clicking together. So what I need is some kind of a structure which is going to hold all the information about it. I'm not quite sure how I can do this. Probably I'm going to put this directly on the buttons themselves. So whenever I click the button, I send an info to the order system, or a call a function which has or which contains the recipe, or actually the ingredient to put into the input order. And just put it in here anywhere, and then do whenever the bell is going to be clicked, I'm gonna go and check if the order is correct. So we need two things, or actually three. The first one is a something like something like take ingredient by void type. A take ingredient. So each button gets a different ingredient. So I'm gonna put a T here. And of course we need to send in an SCR ingredient, so scriptable object ingredient. Why is that not all completing correctly? An ingredient. And now we need to fiddle how to put this into the SCR input order. Probably I need to instantiate some kind of an instance of the instance, or actually of the input order. So what we can try is we can say input order, and in there is going to be my ingredient list. And what we want to do is we want to add the ingredient we are passing in ingredient. If that doesn't work, well, then we know that we have to instantiate one first with a specific something. So that's basically it to take the ingredient. Now we want to say we need another one. It's like public void, and we want to ring the bell. Ring bell. To actually do a for loop and loop through all the items and see if that is a match or not. For doing it correctly, I need to know, well, what do I need to know? I need to know the size of both lists, I guess. So I'm gonna take an int and say base or order ingredient, order number or order ingredient number is equal to, and I can read from the current order. So we can say current order dot ingredient list dot count. That's the first one, and the other one is going to be from the other one, so which is like the current ingredient number from the input, or input ingredient number, basically input ingredient number, which is going to be inside our input order dot ingredient list dot count. Why do I need this? I don't know. Probably, I mean, it could be necessary later on, like when I don't know, when some specific behavior is going to work. I want to always take the ingredient order or the order ingredient number as being my something over here, my counter, at least for the moment. But later on I may put in something and compare which of these list numbers is going to be higher than, you know, the other one. So now what we want to do is we want to go through all them two lists and compare the scriptable object type. I could also implement an ID or something to check if the IDs are matching inside of each of the ingredients. We could also compare the sprite, but I believe I should be able to compare ingredients like based on SCR, like on the scriptable object. So if order ingredient number, nope, that's wrong. If current order dot ingredient list in square brackets I is equal to the input order list in square brackets I, if they are matching, then we can get a score or get a point, or something. If that is not the case, we can reduce score, maybe reduce score. So it couldn't, like, it might not be perfect. But also we might be able, and this is what the interesting part is, I could also put something like if the length is not the same, then we're gonna tell that this is a wrong cookie, literally. So basically I take the same argument here. I could probably use another statement. So if that is not the case, we need to implement an if. And then I'm gonna put an else. Maybe an else if as well. Else if order ingredient number is smaller, well, actually not equal input ingredient number. If they don't match, we also reduce score, whatever that could be. And then we need to spit out the result and get some money in the end. So could be something like get money, result, eat cookie, let customer go. Something like that. So this is going to happen when we ring the bell. If we don't ring the bell, then it is what it is. Then the game does not continue. But that is basically everything we need to do. And now I need to create a little script which just holds an ingredient, a public one. And whenever we click that, we're gonna call order system take ingredient with this one and send over the actual ingredient on the button. To do so, I go to my scripts folder, and create a new script and name this ingredient button. Oh, whatever. Typos everywhere. It's quite late. It's 1 AM already, a bit after. So I become a bit more tired now. I believe I'm gonna finish that one up and finalize the session for today, since I'm literally streaming over 9 hours already. But tomorrow is another day. Gonna have to check what my teammate is going to post. So I need the button, and the button just, once again, does not need much. It just needs a placeholder, a public placeholder for our SCR ingredient. And a little function, a public one, public void, send ingredient. And we literally just take or tell the order system to take our ingredient. Instance dot, I don't know what I called it. Take ingredient. Take ingredient. And then we pass in our ingredient here, which we just have on this item. And this is basically everything we need to do. So this one here is being a button as well, so I need to pass over the order manager. Well, at least for the moment. Later on I may restructure some things. Go to order and say ring the bell. So no matter if we have put it in something, then we get a bad something. I probably need to protect the bell to be placed before somebody is actually in the waiting area, which is okay, which I can do later on as well. And then we got like all the other buttons. So for example, I can take this one here, put in a on-click event, and well, what I need on this button is the ingredient button script. like so. And I need to drag itself and select ingredient, and then here I'm gonna put in a chocolate chips, for example. And this button, for example, gonna put the same thing here. It doesn't let me. Put itself and say send ingredient, and then here we're gonna, let's say we put the cookie base. We have all the other ones. They need to have an ingredient button script as well. So I don't know which one to take anywhere. It doesn't matter, at least for the moment. But it's necessary that the on-click events only rely to the corresponding button, like so. So we say ingredient button and send ingredient, and in here we can put in the caramel, for example. To make it easier to get what is what, I could always go and implement just another image here and put the caramel on it, like so. I don't really care about the rest. I just want to make sure that this image here is not a raycast target, so we can click directly on top of the button. Same thing here. Again, say I put another image. Give it the Shoko thingies. Gonna make it preserve aspect. Maybe rotate this like that. And make sure that this image is no raycast target as well. So this one here needs an image as well. UI image, which gets this aspect ratio and no raycast target. And then we got, I don't know what else we got, but that's okay, I guess. So now the question is at the very last, do I want to visualize what I have placed? Well, yeah, I will. I'm gonna put all of that stuff in the order onto the bowl. So this button here should now have an on-click event using the caramel. This one here should have the cookie base. I could even automate that stuff. It's going to have the chocolate chips. I guess I don't have much more than that in my ingredient list at the moment. And I wanna put in some boolean here. I'm gonna name this one perfect order, and maybe I wanna go and continue here. Or say perfect order is equal to false at this point, like here, because I want to reduce the score, and I want to set this one here to be perfect order as well. So we start with equal to true, but once I hit the bell and something is fishy or wrong, then we get no perfect order in the end. And I can also say something like debug.log. It doesn't like me today. Whoop. Come on. Debug.log. And then we can say perfect. Close that. We can say perfect order. And then we can say based on whatever the result is, we're gonna pass over perfect order. So it gives us a true or false in the very end, based on the current order. In a ring bell, at the very beginning, I want to also see if there is actually some order in place. So if current order is literally null, if current order is equal to null, then we want to say debug.log no order in place, just to make sure I don't get any issues. And I want to return at this point, because I don't need to do anything with that. So when I click at the bell, that I don't go through all of that and produce a bunch of errors. Like so. And at the very end, if I do a perfect order, then I can get the result, at least just a debug log if I have a perfect order or not, based on the items I have clicked to make this perfect order. In the item directly, or in one of them items, I probably want to define a pivot point or the ball as being my placeholder to create them cookies, like by placing all the items or the cookie pieces or something like that above each other by raising up the y-axis by whatever distance, let's say. So I'm gonna place the bottom on the bowl and then gonna put all the other ones above and say this is my, literally this is my cookie, whatever I'm starting with. And at the final result, we need the whoever is going to take it has to take it with us. He's going to eat it probably like instantly, and then goes out and gives us the score. So far so good. Let's see if I when I now hit the bell, I'm gonna see that there's no order in place, which is cool. So I can protect it now. I cannot do anything by not having any order in place, and I only get an order once I take the order. So now when I would ring the bell, it would tell me, hey, now for a reference exception, because order system line 95. But what we can now do is, oh, I believe I know what it is. Haha, this is what I thought. So current order gets set, but I don't have any input order yet. So to get an input order, I need to create a new instance of this scriptable object. So we first off need to say input order is equal to, and now there was a specific something. Well, it's like a scriptable object dot create instance, this one. Now I don't know string class name, don't know what to do here. Type T str recipe, shouldn't that be correct? I don't know, probably that works. And so when I have an input order, I can put content inside, and then I should be good to go. Let's see if that works now. I need to protect the input take here as well. So if I take an ingredient, I want to make sure that I have an order as well. So literally, if current order is equal to 0 or null, I just want to return, because, well, there's nothing to take. Let's see. So when I would press on one of them buttons, like you know, this one here, it says, hey, no order in place. Same here, same here. So we need to wait until we get an order. Same for the bell. So this is all correct and working as it should. Now I can take an order, and he's going to wait for his order. So now I could try to add an ingredient, but that is still going to give me some issue in line 88. Of the order system. Oh, because input order does not contain or is not accessible over here, we need to create the input order here before we can actually type in the content we need. Gonna save and try again. So I take an order, and let's see, I take this, and this, and 1, 2, then this, and then this again, and then I say click the bell. Argument out of range exception. Why is that? Order system line 128. Well, that doesn't make sense. So one of them lists is not correct, because it fires the argument out of range exception. I'm gonna debug that and see where the issue could be. Maybe it's just the last one. Oh, it could be that if my input ingredients are literally like not the same amount over here, that this is going to be unable to test this one against the other ones. So I may need to put in some empty ingredients as placeholders when the bell has been pressed. So to fill at least the amount, the needed amount of things. Oh, and I know why. Every time I put in an ingredient, I create a new scriptable object, which is never being the same size, so it's get overwritten over there. So what I need to do is once I take the order, once I get the order, like after here, I need to create a new instance of the scriptable object. Not like when I take the ingredient, it doesn't make sense. I need to make sure that after filling the bubble and getting the order correctly, I need to fill or create a new instance of scriptable object for this input. take the order. Now I put in this, 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 and this, and ring the bell. Now it takes a look into item 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it tells, hey, perfect order is true. So input works, cookie baking literally works. I just need to do some bits in between. And if I put in something like a rather quick timer, I don't even need to, move the character from A to B. Just click on them and show them in the bowl. But you probably only have like 10 seconds to fulfill the order, and you need to be rather quick to fulfill them. Some are faster or quicker to do, some are not as quick as, something like that. Maybe I'm gonna implement the timer like this, depending on how fast we are, because going somewhere, taking the part, going back, putting it, literally by hand into the bowl might be a bit troublesome. So maybe I'm gonna do it a bit different. No idea yet. However, I'm pretty happy with today's result. So I'm live since 9.5 hours, and I'm gonna do a break right now. Need to sleep and stuff like that. Thanks a lot for all you guys for tuning in this live stream. I hope you enjoyed this one, and tomorrow I'm going to start off probably around at 10 a.m. CST. Not quite sure yet, but tomorrow I need to implement the rest of the functionalities to get the rest up and running, and need to speak to my design buddy, I would say, and show her what I got so far, and to take a look how far we went so far, and so on and so forth. Need to implement graphics and stuff even more. And yeah, that's basically everything for today. I believe I made a huge step so far. So had quite some trouble with debugging but for the moment it looks pretty okay. I just still need to make sure that I go and check the lists. Like if I haven't put in like everything inside the cookie order, that I don't lose connection, like in our reference, except I cannot go into one of them, so I need to create empty items to fulfill spots if not enough are inside, literally, and then still do the fulfillment over there. So before I notice that, I need to put in like an empty scriptable object for that, empty positions if there are any. But that's what I'm going to do, implement tomorrow. Thanks a lot once again for tuning in. I'm gonna end the stream right now. If you want to help this channel, feel free to sum it up like the stream over here. If you want to, you can also donate by using PayPal if you want to. And yeah, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I want to see more content in the future. Have a good one, and yeah, probably see you tomorrow. Bye bye.